Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,003 likes on this one. That would be pretty cool. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated, as I do post content just like this all of the time. There are like nearly 800 of these videos across my channel, so if you're at all interested, be sure to subscribe. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy this over 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Neither of us knew what was waiting for us inside Max's candy bucket. We just brought it back home from trick-or-treating and unlocked the front door. The second I turned the knob, Max shot into the living room, holding his pumpkin-shaped candy bucket in both hands. He flipped it over, gave it a shake, and all his candy poured out onto the carpet. Then he tossed the bucket aside. "Mommy, Mommy," he screamed. "Can I eat my candy now?" I came in behind him laughing, because only a 5-year-old could get that pumped up about eating candy. "Thank you for asking. Go ahead." I sat beside him, crisscross applesauce, and watched. Max worked through the pile by opening a piece, tasting it, then either scrunching up his face or giggling in approval, before moving on to the next. It was adorable. Seeing him like that made me smile. But as I kept watching, the moment began to sour. See, I was a single mother. We lived off my income alone, and because I was just a waitress in a small cafe, money was tight. There were some days when I could only afford to feed Max and not myself. Whenever he asked why I wasn't eating, I'd say I already ate at the restaurant, which was a lie because even with my employee discount, those meals still cost money. My manager had even fired employees before for sneaking food without pay. I lied because I didn't want Max to worry. I think kids shouldn't have to worry about those kinds of things. They should be having fun, like Max was doing now. But while I watched him eat his candy, and I saw the happiness he got from what only strangers could give him, something twisted up inside me. I felt like a failure as a mother. Max noticed I wasn't eating any candy and piled several pieces in front of me. "No, honey," I said, putting them back on his pile. "These are all yours. Mommy doesn't want any." "Why not?" "Because I don't want to take any from you." Once I said that, a flicker of sadness moved in his eyes. He looked up at me, almost like he was beginning to understand something about me, like he'd had a realization, wise beyond his years. Broke my heart. "Okay," I said. "Just one. You choose." Max smiled. He hovered his little fingers over the pile, carefully weighing his options, and stalled over a Reese's peanut butter cup. He squeezed down and lifted. Underneath, the corner of something jabbed out. It looked like a small stack of paper. It looked glossy and even gleamed in the overhead light. Whatever it was, I could tell it wasn't candy. Did one of the neighbors put something in there by accident? I reached down and pulled at the corner, and out slid a stack of Polaroid pictures. There were 3 of them, stuck together with a rubber band. "What's this, Max?" Max didn't say anything. He watched curiously as I snapped off the rubber band and flipped the stack over. The first picture framed a residential home at night. An adult woman stood on the sidewalk with a hand on her hip, watching a much smaller person, most likely a child, approach the front door. The lighting was so dark I couldn't tell who they were, but in the child's hand I could see them gripping onto something, like a pail or a bucket. Right then I got it. There was a parent watching her child go trick-or-treating. Yep, one of the neighbors must have put this in here by mistake. I wondered who it was. I flipped to the next picture. I actually recognized the subject in this one. It was my neighbor, Terry. standing at his open front door. Someone who was hidden just beneath the frame held up a bucket, and Terry, smiling warmly like always, dropped a few pieces of candy in. Something about that bucket caught my eye. I studied it, noticing its circular shape, and realized it was designed to look like a pumpkin. My eyes drifted over to Max's pumpkin-shaped bucket on the carpet. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I flipped to the final picture. It was a shot of an open window, taken from behind a bush. A few out-of-focus leaves dangled in the foreground, but in sharp focus, right in the center of the picture, was my son's smiling face. I was behind him, zipping up his costume. Just before we went trick-or-treating, we were standing inside this very room. "Max?" I said, keeping my voice as calm as possible. "Which house gave you these?" Max scrunched up his forehead while he thought. He shrugged. Then he reached for another piece of candy. I blocked his hand. "Stop. Don't eat any more of that." I stood, glanced around. I was beginning to panic. "How come?" "Because I said so. Don't ask questions right now." Max began to cry. I ran to the front door to check the lock. It was already set. Okay, I'd just taken my son trick-or-treating. Someone was following us. They took pictures of us, and then dropped those pictures inside his bucket. We only went around our neighborhood, so it had to be one of our neighbors who did it. Was this some kind of sick joke? Or was one of them really stalking us? What do I do? I looked past the living room into the kitchen. My phone was on the island counter. I raced over to it and dialed 911. It rang twice, then the operator answered. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, Max interrupted, tugging on my leg, crying for me to let him eat more candy. Honey, I will buy you more candy, but Mommy is on the phone right. 911, the operator repeated. Please state your emergency. Yes, we need help, please. I think someone is stalking me. The operator took down my name, address, and details about what happened. 10 minutes later, 2 officers were at my house. One shone a flashlight around my property while the other one, a young, tall officer, came to the door. He introduced himself as Officer Dan and asked for the photos. I'm Jenny, and this is all of them, I said, handing them over. He took them with a gloved hand and scanned over the first one. While I waited, I felt Max stir behind me. He was hiding behind my legs, peeking up at the officer. Officer Dan flipped to the second one, looked at it, then cleared his throat. Who's the man here? That's my neighbor Terry, but it couldn't be him. He's a good man. I'm sure he is, he said. He flipped to the final picture. He studied it, and as he drank in the details, the faint lines around his eyes sharpened. He looked down at Max, then up to me. So what's going to happen now? I said. My voice sounded more desperate than I had intended. We're going to sweep the neighborhood. Even if we don't find anything, there will be an officer nearby to patrol every hour. Also, we'll speak with Mr. Terry, not because he's a suspect, but just in case he's seen any suspicious activity. Also, I see that he has a Ring camera. We'll check the footage on that as well. Now, ma'am. He took a glance behind me. Is it just you two in the house? Yes, I said. Just us. Is there somewhere else you can stay tonight? Maybe with friends or family? There wasn't. All my friends were my husband's, and once he left me, so did they. I started to answer but was caught by surprise when tears welled in my eyes. Whether it was the stress of our situation, or just me being scared, I didn't know. I blinked them away before they could fall and shook my head. No, it's just us. He nodded. Well, there's a double tree down the road. Wouldn't be a bad idea for you guys to book a room tonight. Book a room? I don't even know how I'm going to feed Max tomorrow. Officer, that's not really an option for us. Officer Dan gave me this look then. Honestly, it wasn't so different from the one Max sometimes gave me. With Max, I always thought it was a normal sadness that kids feel when they don't get their way. But with the officer, there was something deeper. I think he actually felt sorry for me, and I never wanted that. I never wanted that from anybody. I felt embarrassed. Look, he said, pulling a pencil and notepad from his shirt pocket. This is my personal number. Doesn't matter what time. If you need anything at all, give me a call. I'll be close. Thank you, officer. Just Dan, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Then he turned and left. I closed the door and rested my forehead on it. Mommy, Max said. What's happening? I shut my eyes. It's alright, sweetie. Mommy's just trying to fix a problem. That's all. We both got quiet. A few seconds passed. Will we be okay? I think so. Come on, let's get ready for bed. Sleep in Mommy's room tonight. I'll come tuck you in. Okay, Max said. He ran up the stairs without a care in the world. I put Officer Dan's number on speed dial. Then I checked every door and every window to make sure the house was totally locked down. Half an hour later, I tucked Max into my bed, kissed him goodnight, and closed the door behind me. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Officer Dan. He told me the neighborhood was clear, but they'd keep a close watch. My heart sank. I had hoped they would have caught the guy, and we could put this whole mess behind us. All the same, I thanked the officer and told him goodnight. Sleep was out of the question. Instead, I'd fix a cup of coffee and sit up all night, and if I heard so much as a twig snap outside, I was calling the cops. I headed downstairs to start on the coffee. My chest tightened with anxiety. He was still out there. I just knew it. Probably even close by. What if he was standing outside the house at that very moment? I caught myself biting on a fingernail and stopped. That was a bad habit I developed when I was a kid, but nowadays, it only flared up during moments of high stress. I passed through the kitchen and opened the cabinet, fishing out both my Maxwell House coffee grounds and a filter. I loaded the filter, dumped in a few scoops, and hit brew. Then I stood there a moment, feeling myself wanting to cry again. Dang it, Jenny. Now is not the time to get emotional. You're the adult here. Hold it together. Something on the island countertop beside me shined in my periphery. I glanced over. Then I stared for a long time in disbelief, trying to make absolutely certain that my eyes weren't deceiving me. Sitting right there on the countertop was a fresh set of Polaroid pictures. That was impossible. I'd given the officer everything I had. Was I losing my mind? I reached out, almost scared to touch them, and gently picked them up. In the first picture, Max was hiding behind my legs while I spoke with Officer Dan. Only this shot wasn't taken through an open window. From outside the house, it was taken from behind us. From inside the house. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. There was no way an intruder could have entered the house and taken a picture with an officer standing right there. I flipped to the next one. This one was of me in my bedroom, tucking my son into bed, and the way it was shot looked like something only possible in a dream. It was captured from a bird's eye view, directly above our heads. A blade from the ceiling fan even cut into the edge of the frame. Because it was taken so close to the light, the shot was overexposed, which put a hazy kind of filter over it. This defied all logic. To get that picture, whoever or whatever took it would have to have been suspended from the ceiling. They would have to have manipulated themselves into an impossible angle, all without me or Max knowing. My hands were trembling now. The room was beginning to spin. Terrified now, I flipped to the final picture. It was of me, my back facing the camera, standing in my kitchen. I was looking down, studying something in my hands. Just like I was now, at this very moment. The shot was taken so close behind me. Whatever had taken it could have reached out and touched me. I needed to get Max out of the house right now. Click. Something snapped directly behind my head. Then the room was quiet again. My mind took a moment to register what it even was, but slowly a sick realization slithered up from the pit of my stomach. What I had just heard was the shutter of a Polaroid camera. The camera's inner mechanisms hummed as it worked to print out the picture. I froze. I stopped breathing. In a desperate attempt, I tried reasoning with the intruder. "What do you want from me?" I cried. I listened for a response, still holding the pictures in my trembling fingers. There was no reply. The picture finished printing, and whatever was behind me stood perfectly still. Several seconds ticked by. Was it waiting for me to turn around? Across the counter, against the back wall, was a block of kitchen knives. I wished they were closer, but they were way out of reach. Depending on what happened next, maybe I could get to them, but for now, I would have to turn and face whatever was behind me head on. One slow inch at a time, I turned my head, my heart pounding inside my chest. I expected to be stabbed or choked or grabbed at any second. I turned a little bit further, then shot a glance back. The kitchen was empty. I exhaled, but a new fear, much greater than before, exploded inside me. It's going to get Max. I dropped the pictures and shot around the counter and ripped out the biggest knife from the block. Then I dug out my phone and hit call on Officer Dan's contact. Call failed. I tapped the screen several more times. Call failed, call failed, call failed. I slammed it on the counter in a fit of anger. Of all the times for my phone to not work, of course it would be now. I had no other option. I'd have to run upstairs and get Max by myself. I moved through the downstairs with the knife aimed in front of me. I checked around every corner and every piece of furniture I passed. I sprinted up the stairs, then through the upstairs hallway toward my bedroom. I pushed the bedroom door open slowly, horrified that it had already beaten me there. Thankfully, Max was still under the covers, safe and sound. I peeled the blanket off him and scooped him up in my arms. "Mommy?" he said, rubbing his eyes. "Shh, we have to go. Stay quiet." He wrapped his arms around me and put his head on my shoulder. I crept over to the door and peeked into the hallway. Empty. I carried Max down the hall, toward the stairs. If we could just make it out the front door, I'd run straight to the neighbors and call the cops from there. Just a short trip down the stairs and through the living room. We could do it. When we neared the steps, I heard the worst noise imaginable. Footsteps pounding up the stairs. My mind entered into fight or flight mode. Should I attack? Give Max a chance to run? No, I can't leave him. He'd never get away. I backed up. To my right was my son's bedroom. I ducked inside and rushed to the closet. I inched open the door as quietly as I could, but still, it squealed on its hinges. We slid inside. There was barely enough space for both of us. I clicked the door shut and stood in front of Max, using my body as a shield. "Mommy, what are we doing?" I turned and cupped a hand over his mouth. Not another word. We listened. With each passing second, the footsteps grew closer, until they arrived at the bedroom door. Then they slowed to a nice and easy stroll and entered the room. Floorboards creaked under a shifting weight. Something paced across the room, from left to right, like it was searching for us. Once it reached the right wall, it stopped, then turned and moved toward the closet. I tightened my grip on the knife. A stream of adrenaline coursed through my veins, making my skin tingle. I fought hard to keep my mind clear and focused. If the door opened, I would take them by surprise. Hammer the blade down in one quick motion. It was all I had. It came right up to the door and stopped. The sound of our own breathing filled the closet. A floorboard creaked. Every nerve inside my body screamed. What is it doing? Why is it just standing there? Then a camera clicked. Through the gap under the door, a light flashed. Against all logic, all reason, it had taken a picture of the closet door. A deep, yet childlike laughter vibrated into the closet. The camera clicked again. It knew exactly where we were, and it was playing games. It was toying with us. Max's body trembled behind me, and a soft whimper escaped from his lips. I prepared myself. The door would open any moment, and it was up to me to save our lives. I raised the knife so I could swing it down right as the door opened. I held my breath. I listened as the handle jiggled and began to turn. The door swung open. I hacked the knife blindly in front of me. Officer Dan staggered backwards just in time. Whoa, whoa! I darted my eyes around the room looking for it, looking for blood. I was frantic. It's just me. It's just me. No one is here. I've got you. You're safe. No, we're not. It was just here. I heard... We have multiple officers searching your home. No one is here. I scanned the room again. There was no camera, no creature, no obvious threat. The stress of what had just occurred began weighing down on me. I lost my sense of balance and stumbled. Officer Dan caught me by the arm. He guided me towards Max's bed. As I sat down, Max darted out from the closet and jumped onto the bed and clung on to me. You called me, remember? Officer Dan said. But you didn't say anything, so you were afraid something had happened. We forced open the door. Then I heard you guys in here. Do you think he broke in? I know he did. There were footsteps. And there's more pictures. Just look on the counter. There are no signs of forced entry, Jenny. Officer Dan paused and glanced over at the closet door. He ran his palms together, then approached the bed. He took a seat beside us. You know, sometimes in high-stress situations, our minds produce things. Sounds, images, things like that aren't really there. It's perfectly normal, given your situation. It's possible that's all that happened. Don't talk to me like that, Dan. Don't talk to me like I'm crazy. I know what I saw, I know what I heard. You're a cop, not a therapist. Get off the bed. Once I'd snapped on him, Officer Dan had no more psychotherapeutic explanations for me. He stood and left us alone in the room. He left the house, in fact, but some of the other officers were kind enough to stay with us until morning. For the rest of the night, there were no more signs of the intruder. The next day, I applied for a credit card and checked us into a hotel. I also put that house on the market. A week later, someone bought it. I took the money and bought a new house in a completely different state. Even though the old one sold well under its value, I didn't care. As long as we left behind whatever was in there, we had all we needed. At Max's new school, I met a group of moms that I became friends with, and that made a huge improvement on my quality of life. For the first time in a long time, I had people who cared about me. These ladies checked up on me, came over for wine night, got me out of my house. They even introduced me to a great guy who I'm still dating. Max made some new friends of his own, and he seemed happy at his new school. For a while, things were pretty great. This morning, I put a note in Max's lunchbox, telling him how much I loved him. I know that is incredibly lame, but I couldn't help myself. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I always want him to know that. When he got home from school, he threw his lunchbox on the counter, ran up to me and kissed me on the cheek. "I love you too, Mommy," he said. Then he went into his room to do his homework. My heart filled with joy. I was floating as I started to clean out his lunchbox. Then, for the first time in a long time, I actually cried. I cried because, at that moment, I loved my life. I wished things would stay like that forever. I took the ice pack out of the lunchbox, then turned it upside down over the trash can. A few plastic baggies dropped into the trash, and then a piece of paper fluttered out. Paper made out of a different material than the one I'd written the note on. This one was glossy, small, and square. It was a Polaroid. Violent images flooded my mind, the flash under the door, the camera click, demonic laughter. I leaned against the wall. I was having trouble breathing. Calm down, I told myself. Calm down, breathe. That's it. Maybe it was just something Max was working on in class. I fished the picture out of the trash. It was taken inside a classroom, kids at their desks, talking amongst themselves. It was all normal enough. But then I noticed the angle at which the photo was taken. It was taken from the back of the classroom, shooting down at the kids' heads, almost like it was taken from the ceiling. Centered in the picture, held in sharp focus, was Max's smiling face. He was captured, mid-laugh. I screamed and dropped the picture. It spiraled to the ground and landed face down. There was a note scribbled on the back. Now, I don't know what to do. I thought it was the house. I thought that if we moved, we would leave that thing behind. But now I know it was all in vain, because it followed us. On the back, written in dark red ink, were the words, "I love you too, Jenny." One thing to know about me, I love Halloween. Always have, always will. Every October I spend thousands making sure my house is the spookiest on the block. The decorations put even some of the local haunted houses to shame, though I make sure not to go too crazy. Don't want another HOA citation. I also give out the best treats. King-size candy bars. That's right, king-size. It's no wonder so many trick-or-treaters come crowding outside my door each year. But of course, they'll have to earn it first. So many kids nowadays don't take Halloween seriously, throwing on last-minute costumes just to feed their sugar fix and rot their teeth out. You only get so many Halloweens before people start saying you're too old, and these brats are wasting them. Don't they know that some people would kill to be that age again? Young? Young like the girl currently ringing my doorbell? Trick or treat, she lisps between two missing front teeth while lifting up her treat bag. She can't be older than 6, and her costume isn't really much of one at all. Just an ordinary child's romper that cuts off above her terribly scraped up knees. Like she'd fallen on the way here. I feign a smile of my own. Now aren't you a cutie? Were you so excited to go trick-or-treating that you forgot to put on your costume, dear? The child freezes. You don't recognize me? I look her over again. Maybe she's dressed as a character from some TV show she likes. Still doesn't change the fact that it's an awful costume. Boring, like those wise kids who think it's a good idea to dress up as someone from The Office. A good costume should be eye-catching regardless of whether someone gets the reference or not. I'm sorry, hun. I really don't. Before I can shoo her off my porch, I notice tears welling up in her big green eyes. For heaven's sake, really? Reluctantly, I reach out to comfort her, and she grabs my arm with a strength uncanny for someone her size. An ugly, guttural sound emanates from her throat as she chokes back sobs. But you, she sniffles. I'm past. I can't make out the rest. Past what? Past the age to be making a scene on someone's porch? Speaking of, where is this girl's parents? I search for them in the evening gloom, and am instead greeted with a sight most unwelcome. Trick or treat! Choruses a new batch of kids. Great. More of them. Normally, more trick-or-treaters would be a good thing. but the 10 or so kids now marching up to me wear some of the cheapest, most half-assed costumes I've seen all night. Bedsheet ghosts, pirates donning nothing but a paper hat and an eye patch, a Dracula with only a blanket cape and candy fangs. Smell my feet. But all of that pales compared to the one leading the pack. A girl barely in her teens wearing nothing more than leggings and a stained shirt. In one hand holds a pillowcase to stow her treats, and in the other, a coffee mug for some godforsaken reason. Upon climbing the last step, she flashes me the most insufferable grin, finishing the song with, "Give me something good to eat." That doesn't. Everything starts to go red and my blood boils. Anyone who can't be bothered to dress up properly for Halloween deserves nothing. Maddeningly enough, the adolescent has the audacity to look confused at what I said. "She doesn't recognize us," cries the first little girl, still latched onto my arm. In my anger, I'd forgotten her. And wait, did she say us? Were they together? I inspect the little girl and the older one, noting that they share the same sage green eyes. One's not too different from my own, actually. Maybe they're sisters. Whatever the case, the teen somehow draws meaning from the outburst, and her arrogant smirk slips back into place. "Oh, but I am wearing a costume." "Oh, really now?" I snort. "Yep, you see, I'm you, but from let me guess, the future." The girl's eyes widen. "The present. I'm you, in the present," she finishes lamely. She's even trembling a bit. Ha! She must not have expected me to see through her ruse so easily, paper thin as it is, and had to pivot to an even more pathetic excuse. Like really now? Me from the present? We aren't even wearing the same thing. What with me costumed as the Red Queen from Alice, and her as soccer mom? Going off the fact that her treat bag isn't empty, that little trick might have worked on the other bimbos that lived around here. But me? I have standards. The teen quickly recovers. "Come on, lady, don't be a Scrooge. What will you do with all that candy if not give it to us?" "Maybe I'll have it all to myself," I retort. Her green eyes lock onto my own. "You won't live very long with a diet like that." My rebuttal dies on my lips as I finally become aware of the other trick-or-treaters. The juvenile mob still silent behind her, and how their eyes, wide as saucers, seem mesmerized by the candy dish in my hand. Drool trickles from their mouths, running down cheap plastic masks and over-painted faces. Greedy little fingers jerk and spasm, forming claws ready to shred anything that stands in the way of their sweets. My blood turns cold and I feel the urge to rush back inside and away from these little monsters, slam the door in their faces. And I try, but the little girl has my arm in a death grip. I can't even budge an inch. Desperately, I search for anything, something, that can get me out of this situation, and spot a lone figure shambling towards us. "Now that's what I call a costume," I shout, pointing behind them. A couple of the delinquents manage to tear their eyes away from the candy dish long enough to follow my finger, and what follows after they lay eyes on the newcomer screams. At first it's just one, high and blood-curdling, sharp enough to split the nightly air in half, and then like dominoes the others turn around, first to the screamer, then to the cause of the screaming, and fall into the chorus until all the block seems to be filled with their terror. Not that it's completely unjustified, it's one hell of a costume. The newcomer is a girl of indiscriminate age, being impossible to tell from underneath her costume. Through what must be an ingenious use of makeup and prosthetics, the new girl appears as if she's been eaten alive, or more accurately, gnawed to death by a horde of vermin. A soiled, raggedy dress reveals even raggedier flesh, shot through with countless wounds oozing and congealed blood, and clustered around each one are ants, cockroaches, centipedes, posed to look like they're burrowing inside the girl, tunneling, hollowing her from the inside out. A living, walking hive. It must have cost a fortune. As the new girl shambles up the porch, the other kids back away from her, some of them fleeing outright. The only exception, surprisingly enough, is the first little girl who seems entirely unfazed by the gruesome costume. Still, it serves enough of a distraction for me to slip free from her grasp. Rubbing away the soreness in my arm, I turn to the newcomer with the first genuine smile of the night. "Hey there, sweetie. I love your costume." No words pass through the girl's scarred lips. Her only response is a silent stare, dull and one-eyed, as the other eye is a ruined bloody mess with bugs burrowing through the socket. Talk about staying in character. I scoop a handful of candy into her palm, a palm attached to a hand that looks like a Rottweiler's chew toy. The flesh on her pinky has been entirely gnawed off, exposing bone, and from it dangles a small black rat, hanging on by its teeth buried into the bone. Another rubber prop, I assume. That is, until I see the thing twitch. I shriek, jumping back, causing the candy dish to slip out of my hands and into the bushes below. The girl doesn't react in any matter, still as the grave, and so is the rat, just as lifeless. Neither now does the rat biting into her hand, if it had ever actually moved in the first place. I must be more shaken up from that close call earlier than I'd thought. My cheeks burn bright in embarrassment. I'll go get some more candy, hun. Be right back. I dive back inside, heading for the cellar where I keep the leftover Halloween candy. It's dark inside the cellar. The stale air is paradoxically both dusty and humid. I rarely come down here. I'll have to hire a cleaner. The lone, naked light bulb sputters through light to barely make out the far wall. I walk over to a box labeled Halloween Leftovers in fat black Sharpie. As I reach to grab it off the shelf, I notice the date scrawled under it. It's not from last year, but from 4 Halloweens ago. And yet somehow, the box feels oddly heavy, oddly full. Slowly I open the top flaps, and am immediately sent gagging from the stench of spoiled milk and fermented sugar. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. I'm hiring that cleaner first thing in the morning. When the nauseous fumes have finally left my lungs, the tears they sprung blinked away. I realize in dawning horror that this is not a one-time blunder. Deeper into the cellar, lining the walls, are entire shelves of old Halloween leftovers. Like the first, each box is marked with a date, revealing an entire mausoleum of spoiled sweets. A sugary graveyard. How could there be so much of it? Did I really hand out so few treats each Halloween? Perhaps I should lower my standards. Just a bit. Walking down the aisle, I notice underneath the sound of creaking floorboards a grating warble. I can't pinpoint the source. It's effusive, seemingly emanating from all around me. It grows louder as I walk farther in, to the point where it sets on my teeth on edge. I'll have to remember to hire an electrician as well. Obviously, the wiring is faulty. At the end of the hall, I finally reach a box marked as last year's goodies. Unlike the other one, this one is taped up, requiring me to scratch off the corners of the tape on the sides to open it. The candy still looks edible, though the wrappers are a little sticky. This should suffice. I'm lifting it up when the largest cockroach I've ever seen darts from behind the shelf. I yelp, stumbling back into an adjacent shelf hard enough that the box it holds tips over, drenching me in a saccharine emulsion of spoiled chocolate and melted taffy. Yuck. My beautiful costume. Ruined. And I don't even want to think about getting this out of my hair. Even removing my now soiled dress doesn't help much. The sugary goop seeped right through it, and onto my skin where it adheres like a candy crust. Double yuck. While I'm picking myself off the floor, I notice something in the corner of my vision. Propped up on a lower shelf is a book, a photo album of my childhood. Conspicuously, already opened to a page in the middle. I recognize the photo instantly. It was taken 20-some years ago. Depicting a me fresh out of kindergarten. I remember the day well, of course. I had fallen off the swing set, landing face first, knocked out my 2 front teeth, and got scraped up real bad. A small part of me thinks it a little messed up that my parents would put this in the album. A much larger part of me is consumed with the realization that the bawling girl in the photo is the splitting image of the little girl I'd met earlier, the one missing her front teeth. Unbidden, her words pop into my head. When I asked about her costume, I'm past. Past. P-A-S-T. That's what she meant. She's me from the past. Baffling choice and get up aside, there's absolutely no way she could have seen this photo, having been down here collecting dust all these years. Even I had long forgotten about it. And like some great horrendous machine churning to life, my brain begins to turn. Begins to make other connections as well. Like about the older girl who claimed to be me from the present, and how, with my costume taken off, I noticed that my underclothes are the exact same. Even the coffee stain from when I spilled my latte during my rush to find batteries for the animatronic skeleton. Okay, so there's one girl dressed up as me from the past, another as me in the present. Did that mean that there was one more girl, the me from the future? For some reason, the thought brings chills. I mentally replay the night's events in my head and can't come up with anyone that could fit the bill. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe there is no third weird little girl with an eerily accurate costume. Or maybe I just haven't met them yet. Haven't gone inside before they could arrive. If I was to go back outside as originally planned, would I get to meet her? Maybe she's already out on the porch, right now. Would I even want to? To meet this me from the future? The thought is morbidly tantalizing, like standing on the edge of a cliff. Inexorable as gravity. I shake the thoughts out of my head. This is stupid. With this Halloween being a bust, the only thing I'm going to do is turn my lights off early and get this candy off me by way of a long hot shower. Picking myself up, I dust myself off. Or try to anyway. The gummy sweets adhere too strongly to my skin and clothes to brush off. Definitely going to need that shower. I make my way to exit, but when I try the door, it refuses to budge. Because of course it wouldn't. Guess I'll have to hire a locksmith too. I never should have come down here. I shoot a text to my maid who has a spare key of my house. 2 minutes later and still no response. Just because you're on your day off doesn't mean you can't pick up your calls, Martha. Good grief. For a second, I debate calling 911 but ultimately decide against it. It's not really an emergency. Besides, I don't want to give any of those terminally bored housewives I'm unfortunate to call neighbors anything more to gawk at. Decision made, I plop down on the floor, determined to wait until the maid sees my text, or, at the very worst, when she undoubtedly finds me at 6 a.m. tomorrow when she reports in for work. But as the minutes well away in this dusty cellar, the night's events and revelations begin to gnaw at me. I realize that I'm breathing way too fast. Try to do some breath exercises. Doesn't work. I heard once that journaling can be calming, hence this little story I wrote on my phone, recounting the strange series of events from start to finish. It helps a little, I think. I'm still debating whether I should actually post it or not. On one hand, I'm not much for strangers prying into my business. On the other hand, Commiserating with strangers on the crappiness today's generation of kids could very much be what I need to get through this even crappier situation. In the midst of my typing, the buzzing sounds reach a peak, taking on a new form that sounds almost like chittering, a cacophonous noise coming from all around me. I lift my eyes and am met with hundreds more, belonging to a horde of vermin. In every direction lies ants and roaches and rats, all grotesquely fat from years of gorging on spoiled sweets. And I can tell from the way they look at my sugar-saturated form, their appetite isn't quite sated yet. Their ravenous gaze brings to mind the kids still waiting on my porch. All of them had that same hungry look. Well, all except one, the last girl in the impressively made costume. I had seen something almost sadden her one remaining eye, an eye of sage green, just like my own. I'm already onto my feet, pounding on the door before I realize the scream tearing out of my throat, noticed only through the burning of vocal cords shredding themselves against each other. The sound itself doesn't reach my own ears, drowned out as if by the scuttling of thousands of clawed feet and the chittering of gnashing teeth. I don't dare look back, vision narrowing solely to the door in front of me, and how it can't be locked because the knob turns and yet it won't move. I fumble around with my phone, madly shaking my legs to get bugs and worse from crawling up them, and turn on the flashlight, glued stuck with the door hinges and some gummy substance. Old taffy. Desperate, I try clawing it off, but recoil when I feel a sharp pain in my hand. I lift my hand up to the phone's light. Tangling off my pinky is a small, mottled black rat. It had bitten me right down to the bone. I'll be entirely honest with you. I don't really know what to do right now. I just decided to write this on here. My hands are literally still shaking as I type this. I have no idea what happened to me today. For context, my name's Jack and I work at a bottle shop. It's actually not terrible work, for the most part. It's owned and operated independently as a small business, so I get pretty taken care of on payday. It's one of those bottle stores that operates as a drive-through. Either a customer comes up to the counter with their alcohol and I scan it through for them, or they pull up in the drive-thru and I serve them with whatever they need. Anyways, there's this event in town at the moment. It's an annual thing, and the store has pretty much blown up. I can't really keep up with everything happening, so my boss said he was planning on hiring a new guy for me to work with on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Hence today's horrifying events. Earlier today at 4 p.m., I clocked in for a 3-hour shift. It was really business as usual, but being a Friday, I was definitely preparing to get slammed. As I clocked in on the computer in the back office, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I grabbed it and saw Sam Boss was phoning me. I clicked accept and put the phone to my ear. "Good afternoon," I offered warmly. "Hey mate, it's Sam. You clocking in now?" "Yep, just got to work." "Easy. Listen, you're gonna love me for this. We're trialing a new employee tonight. He should be getting there any second. Name's Damien. You all good to show him the ropes?" "Thank God, Sam. I was literally just mentally preparing myself to get overrun with customers. Yeah, I'll show him how everything's done." "No problems. Look, I'm on my way to that meeting I was telling you about, and I'm just about to hit a black spot, so I'll let you go. Give me a buzz after you clock out, and let me know how he went. Keep in mind I'm in and out of meetings until just after 7, alright?" "No worries, Sam. Thanks again. See you." And that was that. I wish I could go back, turn around, and never have stepped foot into the store that night. But I did. I walked out of the office and into the main part of the store and saw a short, slightly chubby man standing behind the counter looking at me. There he is. Damien, I exclaimed, as I went up and shook his hand. That's right. What's your name? He responded excitedly. I'm Jack. It's nice to meet you, mate. Let me show you around. The first thing I noticed about Damien was his smile. All the teeth in his mouth seemed visible, and his smile literally never seemed to waver. I don't actually remember ever seeing him with a straight face. As I showed him around, I tried to get to know him a little bit. Whereabouts are you from, Damien? I asked. Not from around here, was all he responded with. Yeah, cool. How'd you find out about this job? I just saw the opportunity, he said, his smile quivering. I just nodded at that. I didn't really seem to get straight answers in the questions I was asking. Instead, he would respond exclusively in a manner which operated to provide as little information as possible. I finished showing him where everything was, and we returned to the counter. To be honest, the shift started pretty slow, but Damien and I actually struck a bit of a good system. We would trade customers so as to stagger the workload between the two of us, and whenever one of us wasn't with a customer, the other would be stocking the shelves. Not long after the system was engaged, I realized how clueless he was with interacting with these customers. I honestly just assumed that maybe he didn't have a customer service background or something. But this guy was at least in his 40s. I wasn't sure how anyone could get to that age and be as poor in customer relations as this gentleman. For example, this one guy came in, and Damien didn't even initiate the interaction. He stood there smiling at him, waiting for the customer to tell him what he wanted without any provocation. That struck me as really odd. About half an hour went by, and then service really started to pick up. People were coming home from work around that time, so I underwent what I usually did on weekends. A battering. We continued to trade customers, and although his social skills weren't great, the system was working. I found that I was having to work a lot less hard than I usually did. Then something strange happened. I waved goodbye to a usual customer, and this older lady Damien had just served pulled over to the side of the drive-thru. I saw her arm stick out her window, followed by her head. She looked right at me and waved me over. A little bit thrown, I walked over to her, preparing to get yelled at for one reason or another. "Hi, mate," she said in a gravelly voice. "Look, not to be an asshole or anything, but you might want to review the performance of your colleague over there." She pointed vaguely in the direction he was standing. He was facing away from us doing absolutely nothing, but even from the back of his head, and the way his cheeks looked, I could tell he was smiling. He didn't say a bloody word to me. He just stared at me for ages, then silently went and got my things after I blurted out what I wanted. He also didn't stop smiling once. Yeah, this is his first shift. I think he's just nervous." But I didn't get to finish what I was saying, as we were both looking in his direction, and as I was speaking, a tooth fell out of his mouth. A single tooth. It fell in front of him, and bounced off the box that was at his feet, landing just beside him. Me and the woman were stunned. We just watched for a few more seconds. "Love, I don't know what's happening here, but be careful. I've got to run, but seriously, be careful." She peeled out of the drive-thru, leaving me shocked and alone. I probably watched him for at least 2 or 3 more minutes, which doesn't sound like a long time, but trust me when I say it is. In a silent drive-thru, watching a smiling man stare aimlessly into the back of a fridge, it was just bizarre. I finally pulled up the courage to continue about my work. After that customer, we hit a huge quiet patch. I went to the fridges on the opposite side of the store and began to load them. After a little bit, I heard him moving over to the other side of the shop. I looked over and saw he'd shuffled over to behind the counter now. Now he's facing right in my direction. I continued to load the fridge, and Damien did not stop staring at me for even 1 second. He didn't break eye contact. I could see in my peripheral vision that his outline remained facing towards me, smiling and observing. For one split second, I mustered up the guts to glance in his direction, and saw a missing front tooth. My stomach genuinely sank. It was the worst feeling. Just as I returned to my work, I heard the gentle rumble of an engine as a car pulled up in the drive-through window. I heard absolutely no movement from behind me in Damien's direction, meaning it was clearly up to me to greet and serve the customer. Shakily, I walked to the driver's side window and said my usual greetings. As the customer was telling me what he wanted, I heard a clink and tapping sound coming from behind me. I immediately knew what it was, but I still had to turn around to check. Unsurprisingly, he continued to smile, but now there were 2 gaps in his mouth. He'd lost another tooth. "Oi," the guy in the car shouted. "Mate, I was talking to you." "Sorry, mate," I responded, still looking at Damien. He just stared at me and smiled. He didn't blink. He didn't even seem to be breathing. The customer repeated what he wanted, and then it dawned on me that, in order for me to scan it though, I was going to have to go up to the counter and stand right next to that creep. A pang of nerves hit my gut, but I had to do what I had to do. I grabbed his drinks from the fridge and made my way back around the corner. Of course, the scan tool decided to crap itself right as I was using it, so I had to stuff around for even longer than I planned on doing. He was right next to me, but I didn't look at him once. I was too scared. I walked around and gave the customer his stuff, and he sped away without so much as a thank you. Finally, the clock on the wall ticked over to 6:55 p.m., and it was time to close. As I turned around to grab the keys from the counter, I yelled. He had been standing right behind me. "Damien!" I yelled. I was scared. I actually didn't know why I yelled. He didn't change. He continued to smile. I just need to lock up and get out of here, I thought to myself. I walked around him with a newfound sense of bravery, grabbed the keys and went over to the roller doors. I went around locking everything, not even caring to check on the whereabouts of my colleague. As I crouched down to lock the last roller door into place, I noticed I had goosebumps. I wasn't even sure why. Then my blood ran cold as I looked in the reflection of the fridge in front of me. That guy was right behind me. My fight or flight reaction kicked in. I turned around, punched him in his liver, and sprinted as fast as I physically could to the nearest lockable door, the bathroom. As I rounded the corner to the back, I heard heavy footsteps behind me, way too heavy to proportionately match Damien's stature, way too fast to be human. I threw the men's bathroom door open and slammed it behind me, locking it on instinct. No sooner had I locked the door than a deafening bang sounded upon it. He was right outside. Words cannot describe the fear I was in. I'm not usually easily scared or anything, and I don't think that my recounting of these events does justice to the horror that would be felt under the circumstances. There was silence for a second, and then an extensive series of bangs rang out on the door. It was like there were 10 men out there, all banging on the door at once. It was such a strong sound. Slowly it picked up in pace. Soon the banging was occurring at a seemingly impossible speed. There is not a single chance that whatever was out there was human. No human in the world would ever hit the door as hard and fast as he was. Then finally, it stopped. Silence. I saw the door handle tremble slowly. I remember thinking to myself, is he just trying to open the door? The trembling stopped, and so too did the commotion of the evening. I probably called Sam like 7 or 8 times, but he didn't pick up at all. I stayed there in that bathroom for hours. I was way too scared to do anything. In retrospect, I have no idea why I didn't just call the cops. My adrenaline was so spiked that the only option in my mind was to call Sam for some reason. Finally, After an eternity, my phone buzzed. It was Sam. I answered straight away. Before I could say anything, his voice rang loudly into my ear. Jack, I know you're probably frustrated, but that's no way to respond to a situation outside of my control. I've been in and out of meetings all evening. You knew that. Jesus, were you so busy you couldn't handle the drive-through on your own? Sam, you have no idea what happened. He was crazy. I think I need to call the cops. Just as I was about to launch into informing him of the night's events, his words turned over in my mind. Wait, Sam, what are you talking about? What do you mean I couldn't handle the drive-through on my own? Jack, I've already apologized the trainee didn't show up. He said he was sick and wouldn't be able to come in. Still no reason to give me an earful for it. My stomach dropped. The new guy never showed up. What? No, he didn't show up. He was sick. He said he'd come in next weekend to trial with you. Sorry you've got to do another weekend on your own, mate. His words sat like a ton of bricks in the air. I hung up on him. I swung open the door and looked at the door handle. It had bite marks on it, of a very specific formation. The bite indentations on the wood had one upper tooth missing and one lower tooth missing. I checked everywhere in the store. There was no sign of a struggle. Whatever it was just vanished. I don't know where it went. Every time I think about what went down tonight, the realization just sets in on me again. The real trainee never showed up. I have no idea who or what I worked with tonight. My whole town's gone into a state of mass hypnosis. It started with the tomato seeds. She got a whole bunch of vegetable seeds, but she talked about the tomato ones the most. Apparently they were the juiciest and most reddish tomatoes she had ever seen. The guy said he got them from a Native American tribe down south, jokingly warning her how good they are. My wife planted all the vegetables the day after. Surprisingly, some of them soon grew small roots from the ground, but one rose to dominate above them all. The tomato plant had sprouted, and small tomatoes were growing on it. My wife was excited about her gardening achievement. That very night, she picked off the still small tomatoes and put them on toast with some cheese and ham. She kept saying how unbelievably delicious they were. Her eyes were rolling back into her head midway through her toast. After the first one, she walked back to the tomato plant and picked up the remaining ones, even the ones that definitely didn't look ripe. She knows how bad my acid reflux gets whenever I eat one, but she kept persuading me to at least have a bite. I managed to resist. The morning after, I woke up early for work. While eating my quick bowl of overnight oats, I looked out onto the garden. Much to my surprise, the tomato plant had tomatoes growing on it again. This time they were bigger than yesterday, and there were so many of them. It looked like the plant would crumble under the weight. I walked out to the garden to look closer at them. I picked one of the plants, but the tomato was strangely greasy with gooey green slime. When I tried to smell them, a foul odor of iron and mold hit my nose. When I came back from work, I looked out again, and they were all gone. I heard some rumbling in the shed outside. I thought a raccoon had found some trash and was having a feast in our garden shed. I walked over, and there was my wife looking for her gardening tools with seeds in her hand. "What are you doing, honey?" "Oh, I love how the tomatoes taste. See how fast they grow? I want to plant a couple more of them." "Are you sure there's going to be space for them? We can barely fit the plants we got there now." "It's okay if there isn't. I'll take out the other vegetables and plant them." "Oh, but why? I was excited about them. And you know I can't eat tomatoes." "I know you can't, but they're just so good. I know it upsets your stomach, but you should try them." "I think a night of stomach acid is not worth it." She nodded back, but it looked like what I said went over her head. She started digging through the tools again. I had a good engineering job at a nearby agricultural company, so my wife was able to stay home and take care of the household. She would usually wake up late, around 8 a.m., much later than my usual 6:30 alarm. I got dressed up for work and went down into the kitchen. To my surprise, she was already picking the tomatoes in the garden. All the tomato plants sprouted overnight and were overgrown with tomatoes. "They are magical," my wife yelled out from the garden. I just nodded my head and started pouring up some coffee. When I looked back, she was talking to the neighbor and giving him some of the tomatoes from her basket. The basket was already overflowing, but the tomato plants weren't even halfway picked. I yelled out to her that I'd be on my way to work, and she looked up, waved at me, and got back to her picking. Her behavior seemed strange. She would usually at least give me a hug or even plead with me not to leave the house and stay around for a while. Plus, how did all the plants spring up again? The first one grew really fast, but it still seemed believable. How could a plant grow in only 10 hours and have fruit on it? Most of my concerns went away as I got to work and had to focus on other important things. That day, I had to stay at work longer. Some issues with our conveyor belt came up. I tried calling my wife to let her know I'd be coming in late that evening, but she didn't answer. I arrived home at around 8 p.m. hungry as ever, excited about my wife's cooking. When I stayed late at work, she would always prepare a meal I enjoyed to cheer me up. Walking into the kitchen, I saw my wife sitting at our dinner table, eating tomatoes out of a huge basket. The kitchen looked clean and polished with no food in sight. "Hi, honey. How are you doing?" I said, and I sat at the table. "Good," she replied, barely looking at me, and continuing to munch on her tomatoes. "I tried calling you, saying that I'd be coming late from work, but you didn't answer." "Oh, must have missed it," she replied coldly. "Did you cook anything?" "No, I didn't have time." "What on earth could you be so busy about? You don't work," I said quietly to myself, not wanting to start an argument. "Have some tomatoes if you're hungry, honey," she said, this time looking at me with a joyful face. "You know I can't have any. My reflux would be crazy." "But these are so good. I'm sure the tomatoes wouldn't hurt you. They wouldn't do such a thing to you." She now had a big grin on her face, with her pupils dilated and eyes opened unnaturally wide. "Never mind." When the first basket was finished, she walked out to the backyard to get some more. To my surprise, the garden already looked way different from the time I left this morning. Not only were all the vegetables gone, but the flowers my wife planted when we first moved in were all plucked out. When she came back, I tried talking to her again, asking why she would replace the flowers she loved, but she kept repeating how the tomatoes are so good, and that I need to try them to understand. All the stress from work had finally piled up, and made my eyes feel like two heavy bags. I decided there was no talking to her anymore, and retreated upstairs. Looking from my bedroom window, I could see my neighbors, who my wife had given tomatoes that morning, digging around in their garden. Like magic, the morning after, all the plants my wife planted yesterday were overgrown with tomatoes again. The backyard now looked like a red ball pit. She was already bringing the first basket in when I was making my morning coffee. She sat at the table and started eating them. "A nutritious and well-balanced breakfast," I said, trying to make a joke, but she flashed an angry look. I took my cup of coffee and walked out into the garden to see what was going on there. "Hey Adam, how are you doing?" I asked my next-door neighbor, who I could see standing next to a fence, eating one of the juicy red tomatoes. "Oh, I'm doing great, Steve. The tomatoes your wife gave us are unbelievable. We planted them yesterday and they have grown overnight. Have you tried them yet? Your wife told me you haven't because of some stomach problems." "Yeah, I could see you guys digging in the garden yesterday. No, I haven't tried them. I got a bad case of acid reflux, and tomatoes can ruin my day. Oh, I knew we had to plant them when I tried the first one. You need to try them. He now had the same manic look my wife flashed me yesterday. That day's work was slow, which gave me time to think about what was happening at home. I don't want to creep myself out too much, but my wife's behavior was odd to say the least. On my drive home from work, I saw people from my town digging in their gardens. It was the season when people would usually start planting, but why did everyone decide to start today? Arriving home, I saw my wife and next-door neighbors sitting at our dinner table. We did have good relations with them, but this was the first time they ever came over. Everyone was sitting around the table eating the tomatoes and talking about how delicious they were. No one said hi when I entered, not even my wife. Almost like the tomatoes put them in a state of hypnosis. I said hi to them, but barely anyone seemed to care. Only once I sat down, my neighbor looked at me. "Come on, neighbor. Still haven't changed your mind about the tomatoes? Take some. There are a few from my garden there, too." "I really can't," I replied. "They wouldn't hurt you, son. Just have a bite." He tried to push the tomato uncomfortably close to my face. I almost had to slap his hand away. The tomato smelled foul. I could see the green, gooey slime on the tomato's skin. My neighbor's fingers were covered with it, too. After seeing that there was no chance of getting me to eat one, he resorted to munching on it himself and talking to the others at the table. I looked out into the garden, and at first I couldn't believe my eyes. The dirt all over our garden was tilled. I looked over the fence, and my neighbor's garden looked the same. I tried to walk out onto it to take a closer look, but my wife ran from the table and started dragging me by the arm. "Stop it. You're going to hurt them," she yelled out. "Jesus Christ, all right. Calm down," I yelled out too. She wouldn't let go of the grip until I walked into the house again. She threw a nasty frown and walked back to the table to her basket of tomatoes. Both of my neighbors were looking at me now, too, with a scolding face like parents who learned about your last misdeed. The morning after, I woke up to a loud banging and rattling, like I was next to a construction site. I looked out my window and saw my wife with some of our neighbors taking down the shed in our backyard. I hurried out with my pajamas still on, almost tripping on the stairs. I didn't even put on any shoes. Ran out into the garden and started screaming at everyone to tell me what the hell was going on. "We're making room for tomatoes. There's nowhere else to plant them." She smiled and looked back at me with a very peaceful expression. Like what she said made complete sense. "What do you mean, make room for the tomatoes? The garden is filled with them. Where are you going to put all my tools?" I screamed at her. "They're in the basement." She wasn't smiling anymore. I ran in front of them, waving my hands above my head, saying they needed to stop and get going. Their looks turned from concern to anger. One of the neighbors, Jack, dropped his claw hammer, walked up to me, pushed me, and told me to get lost. I couldn't believe it at first. I stood there for a second with a bewildered look on my face. Then they all dropped their tools and, in almost magical unison, started pushing me and telling me to get away, and that I don't understand. My wife joined them too. At that point, I retreated into the house. I was panting, my whole body was shaking, and sweat started forming on my lower back. I called in sick to work and sat at the dinner table for a while. I had no idea how much time had passed by, and my mind filtered out all the outside noise. When my emotions finally calmed down and I came to, they were still working on the shed outside. I ran back into the bedroom, dressed, and walked out to ask someone for help, but to my dismay, everywhere I looked, people were in their gardens digging up dirt with a basket of tomatoes next to them. This happened 4 days ago. I have not been to work since. Over the weekend, I tried to get to the farmer's market, but the guy was not there anymore. No matter how hard I looked, he was nowhere to be found. People in my town have completely dug up their gardens to plant the tomato plants. The ones who don't have space anymore have resorted to the same plan my wife had, slowly taking down sheds, patios, fences, fire pits, and all other things taking up space in their yards. I thought about calling the police, but what was I going to say to them? That some group of avid tomato lovers is tearing up their backyards? Reporting the assault is not an option either. I have no witnesses. They'd probably turn it against me. When they don't work, they all gather at our house, eat tomatoes and whisper. Nothing else. Just whispering and eating the tomatoes. I sometimes listen to them whisper the same phrase over and over. They're so delicious. Whenever I walk down, they all look at me in unison. Their gaze follows my every move like a shadow. Edit. I can hear them outside the door now. The room is full of the smell of rotten iron. They're chanting. It's time to try the tomatoes. Sometimes I think we may have been too eager to own a home. If we had taken our time and been more discerning, we probably would not have ended up as involuntary hosts to the dozens of yearly visitors that wander onto our property from the small business next door. We live next to a funeral home, and by next to, I mean if our two buildings were any closer together, they could be condensed into a townhouse. A small strip of yellowish-green grass, barely wide enough to fit two people side by side, is all that separates our properties. And evidently, that strip belongs to my wife and me, because if we don't mow it, it doesn't get cut. Really, I should say that we live behind a funeral home, because while it is our closest neighboring property on our left side, that side of our house is actually facing its rear. The funeral home is on the corner of our block, and its entrance is situated more or less perpendicular to our front door on the wall farthest from our house. The strange juxtaposition of our two buildings' orientations is ugly and a little uncanny, but I suppose I can't complain, because it means that I rarely have to see the funeral home's clientele, or at the very least, their living clientele. The listing of our house didn't say anything about it being next to a funeral home, and when we pulled up to view it, we were more than a little put off by the prospect of living next to a building that at any given time would most likely contain at least one dead person. But the price was right, and after months of bad luck with the housing market, along with the expiration of our apartment lease quickly approaching, we jumped at the chance to finally have a place we could call our own. Besides, my wife and I both hold a fascination with all things paranormal and macabre. We spent our entire first date gushing over ghost shows and talking about the authenticity of various haunted objects. So after viewing the house and realizing that it had almost everything that we were looking for, we managed to convince ourselves that living next to such a strange, creepy building could actually be pretty cool. And to be fair, sometimes it actually is. Other times, however, it very much isn't. Our house, at 109 years old, is definitely up there in age, but its interior was fully renovated a couple of decades before we moved in. So despite its mildly gothic exterior of gray, faded stone, arched windows, and sharp, multi-pointed roof, the inside is actually mostly semi-modern. All of the surrounding houses, including the funeral home, are even older than and are of a similar build to ours, and we quite frankly love the aesthetic that it gives the entire block. Autumns feel especially cool, and the natural spookiness that our neighborhood exudes lends itself to making Halloween especially fun for the kids, as well as any horror enthusiasts like my wife and me who happen to live in the area. Most of the time we appreciate the overall vibe, but it certainly makes things even more eerie when our guests pay their unexpected visits. Mr. Grayson, the owner and director of the funeral home, is a slightly strange, albeit decent enough guy. He, similar to his home, is getting up there in years, evidenced by his stark gray hair and wrinkly pale skin. But judging by the naked ring finger on his left hand, he doesn't appear to be married, nor to even have anybody else living in the home with him. He mostly keeps to himself, but he came by about a week after we had moved in to introduce himself to us. After exchanging pleasantries and partaking in a brief conversation, he steered the conversation to the business of his business. He said he hoped that living next to a funeral home wouldn't bother us too much, and that the positioning of the two houses would allow us to keep our privacy even when he hosted services. He told us that he didn't provide cremations, that he preferred to do things the old school way, whatever that meant, so we wouldn't have to worry about any unpleasant smells. And while he had a small parking lot attached to his property, often cars would wind up spilling out along the streets, but service goers actually parked on the curb in front of his building and only rarely ventured into the space in front of our house. We thanked him for the heads up and said that it was nice to meet him. He turned to go, but he only made it to the middle step of our front porch before he turned back. "One more thing that I forgot to mention," he said. "You may notice that my clients tend to wander. At times they may briefly wander onto your property. You needn't worry, they won't harm you, and they will listen to you if you tell them to move on. I just thought I should forewarn you now before you find yourself positively spooked for no good reason." He turned to leave again before we could respond. "Well, have a pleasant rest of your day, and don't be a stranger, you hear? We'd love to have you over for dinner so we can welcome you to the neighborhood." He shuffled down our porch steps and made his way back to his home, disappearing inside and largely removing himself from our lives. Neither of us were particularly interested in his dinner invitation, and we doubted that he was either. Pleasantries and all that. At the time, we didn't think much of Mr. Grayson's final warning. We assumed that when he said clients, he was talking about disoriented mourners who sometimes wound up where they didn't belong. We doubted that it would be a big deal, and so promptly forgot about it after a brief discussion about the strangeness of the whole encounter. The first incident didn't come until close to a month later. By then we had largely forgotten about Mr. Grayson and his cryptic words of caution. We rarely even saw the funeral director outside of the occasional glimpses of him on his grandiose front porch welcoming mourners on service days, and the stress of the move had our minds very far away from our first interaction with the peculiar man. It happened on a night in late spring, one of those hot, sweltering days that feel more like early summer, despite what the calendar would have you believe. I woke up in the middle of the night desperately needing to pee, and seeing as our bedroom had never had a master bathroom installed during any of the house's renovations, I was forced to walk out of our room and all the way down the long hallway to the lone second-floor bathroom on the far end, hoping that my tired, lumbering footsteps didn't wake my light sleeper of a wife. I didn't turn the light on in the bathroom, so by the time I reached the toilet, did my business, and stepped back into the hallway, my eyes had properly adjusted to the darkness that enveloped me. Had I turned on the light, thus resetting my night vision, I might not have even noticed the little girl standing at the top of the staircase. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. The first thing I noticed about her was that she was wearing a pink polka dot bathing suit, which immediately struck me as odd for that time of night. The second was that she was positively soaking wet, her small frame weighed down by a heavy curtain of water that gave her clammy skin an unnatural shine, and which forced her chestnut hair to cling to her little skull like a thin sheet of plastic wrap. She stood staring at me from the shadows at the nighttime gloom. As still as death, well droplets of water fell from her swimsuit and weakly splashed against the hardwood floor at her feet. I immediately picked up on the overpowering scent of chlorine. Had this occurred only a few years later, I may have thought she was my own daughter looking back at me from the shadows, but seeing as we did not have any children at the time of this incident, the girl's presence completely baffled me. She stared at me with her pair of glassy, distant eyes for a few long seconds before I managed to chase away the surprise that kept me frozen in place. "Are you all right, little girl?" I asked her. No response. Are you lost?" Silence. "Where are your parents?" For several moments, I thought she wasn't going to speak, until finally she found her words. I don't know." Her voice was quiet, barely above a whisper, and while she was looking in my direction, I realized that she was not staring at me, but at a point behind me, as if I were not there at all. "What's your name?" I asked her, but before I could get a response, I heard the sound of my wife shuffling out onto the hallway. When she saw me, frozen stiff in the nighttime gloom, she frowned. "Who are you talking to?" she asked in her groggy, half-asleep voice. "And why does it smell like a pool out here?" "This little girl must be lost," I said. "She says she doesn't know." In the brief moment that I turned to look at my wife, the girl had disappeared. For a while I stood completely still in the hallway, dumbfounded, at a loss for words. I may have convinced myself that I had imagined the entire encounter in my head, sleep-deprived mind, were it not for the pungent puddle of chlorinated water that still rested at the top of the stairs. We immediately called 911. Not because we were frightened of a little girl being somewhere in our house, but because we were concerned about her well-being. The police arrived fairly quickly, all things considered, and after asking a number of questions that I answered with varying degrees of confidence, they did a surprisingly curt search of our home that turned up no results. The girl was gone. Were it not for the puddle that she had left behind, I couldn't have said for sure if she had even existed at all. I was stunned when one of the officers told me that, well, they would file a police report. There was nothing more they could do. "Nothing more you can do?" I said. "But there's a lost little girl around here somewhere. You aren't even going to ask around the neighborhood about her or something?" The officer, looking like he had a lot to say, seemed to weigh his words before he finally sighed and spoke. "Look, you just moved into this place recently, right? Which means you probably don't know this yet, but this isn't the first call of this type that we've had at this residence. Not by a long shot." "What, you mean like that girl has been here before?" "Not exactly," the officer said. "People tend to see strange things in this house, things that aren't necessarily there." "But she left a puddle at the top of my stairs," I said, flabbergasted. "It's still sitting up there right now. You're telling me I imagined that?" "No," he said. "In fact, I'm sure you saw something, but I don't know that it's exactly what you might be thinking." He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully again. "Look, you're the lieutenant's nephew, right? I think it's probably more his place to explain this to you. Give him a call tomorrow morning, and he'll give you the skinny on this house. But in the meantime, rest easy tonight knowing that there is no lost little girl in a polka dot bathing suit wandering around this neighborhood. Of that, I can assure you." His words were not at all reassuring. The police left, and after cleaning up the puddle of water that was soaking into the hardwood of the upstairs landing, my wife and I went back to bed. My mind was too preoccupied by the thought of the lost little girl to fall back to sleep. So when morning came, I groggily crawled out of bed and followed that officer's advice. My uncle is, at the time of writing this, a nearly 3-decade veteran of my town's police department. He's seen it all throughout the course of his career, including, apparently, personally going on several calls to my house back in the day, and so when I called him asking about the previous night's incident, he immediately knew what I was talking about. "Geez," he said from the other end of the line. "I didn't realize that you had moved into that house. If I had, I probably would have told you to steer clear of it before you signed anything that was legally binding." I frowned at this, despite knowing that he couldn't see it. "Why? What exactly is wrong with our new house?" My uncle waited a long time before answering, so long that I actually thought he had hung up on me, or we had otherwise lost connection before he finally spoke again. "There is some weird stuff that happens at that house, kid." "I've already gathered as much," I said, trying my best to check my annoyance while speaking to my uncle. What I don't understand yet is what exactly that means. Again, there was an uncomfortably long pause. "Let me start by telling you this. The reason that officer last night knew that the little girl in the polka dot bathing suit wasn't wandering around your neighborhood is because he knew that she had died earlier this week." I can still remember the chill that ran up my spine when my uncle told me this. The invisible line that connected our two phones suddenly felt very heavy, and only grew more dense with each passing moment of silence that followed. I knew that I needed to speak if I wanted to alleviate some of that weight. An exasperated, "What?" was all I could muster. "Yeah," he said, sounding sorry to have been the one to tell me this. "She drowned during her swim lessons over the weekend. All of the adults in the pool were distracted with other students, and, well, did you know that a person can drown in less than 30 seconds? I hardly even heard my uncle's drowning fact. For a few seconds, I didn't even know what to say. But how is that possible when I just saw her here last night? Without looking into it, I'm willing to bet she wound up at the funeral home next to your house." "What makes you say that?" "Because the clients of that funeral home, they don't like to stay in the funeral home. I can't tell you how many calls we've gotten over the years of new homeowners, seeing mysterious figures and uninvited guests in that house of yours, and each time we've looked into it, we've learned that the guests in question match the description of recent arrivals at Grayson Funeral Home." "What, you mean like they're ghosts?" I said. "You're not telling me the entire police department believes that, are you?" "It's not hard to believe with how many times it's happened," he said. "The facts don't lie, and all I'm doing is telling you the facts." I took a moment to absorb this. "Okay, so assuming I believe you, what are we supposed to do now? Just live our lives in this house, never knowing the next time we're going to see another one of these visitors?" "There's a reason so many people have moved in and out of that place over the years," my uncle said. "Living with ghosts certainly isn't for everybody, but you shouldn't be in any sort of danger. As far as I know, the visitors don't seem to mean any harm. They're merely lost, confused, not yet able to accept that they've died. A little push in the right direction usually sees them on their way." "Usually?" "Some of them might be a little more stubborn than others. We've definitely gotten calls about the same figures appearing over and over again in that house. But again, they don't mean any harm. They just might inadvertently give you a fright every now and again." "Right. Like how that girl last night would have made me piss my pants had I not already taken care of my bladder a few moments beforehand," I wanted to say. Instead, I thanked him for being a big help. "No problem, buddy," he said. "And if you ever have any questions about the people you see, just give me a call. I might be able to dig something up about them that will set your mind at ease." While I very much doubted that last statement, I appreciated my uncle's offer anyway. I didn't realize it at the time, but I would wind up relying on his insight a lot more than I ever would have expected. I told my wife what my uncle had told me. Being a paranormal buff, she was immediately accepting of the news, if not a little put off by it. She even seemed a little bit jealous that I had been the one to see the girl. The only evidence she had of the spirit's existence was the chlorinated puddle of water that had been left behind. She half joked that she hoped she'd be the next one to see something paranormal, and acted as if that was for my sake, so she could carry some of the burden that our now home had bestowed upon us. It wouldn't be long before she regretted this wish. About 2 weeks passed without incident. We settled back into our home with the new knowledge that my uncle had given us. On the outside, not much had changed, but I could tell that we were both thinking about the little girl in the polka dot bathing suit, more than either of us wanted to admit. We talked about her a handful of times in those 2 weeks, more about who we thought she was in life, than about our brief experience with her in death. The more we thought about her, the more upset we became over the tragic end of the little girl that we had never met and not even known the name of. Eventually she would fade into the background, becoming just another number in the vast collection of visitors that we would gather throughout all of our years in this house. But for the time being, her presence was very much felt, and it felt incredibly raw. We could understand why so many people had moved out of this house throughout the decades. Even as paranormal enthusiasts, the weight of what we had experienced was significant, and we could only imagine how heavy it felt for others who wanted nothing to do with the ghostly interlopers that regularly found their way onto our property. And all of this was after only a single experience. But there were certainly many more to come. At the expiration of those 2 weeks, I heard my wife scream. I was cooking pasta in the kitchen, the hot pot in my mitted hands headed toward the strainer in the sink, when her terrified screech stabbed through the house like a stiletto, so shrill and horrific that I nearly scalded myself with the boiling water. I placed the pot back on the stove with as much haste as I dared to, and rushed toward the sound of her voice, calling her name and asking her if she was all right as I went. I found her in the second-floor bathroom, sitting curled up in the tub and sobbing so hard that I thought she was going to cause herself to asphyxiate right there beneath the dripping faucet. After crawling into the tub with her and comforting her for a minute or so, I managed to get her calm enough that she could tell me what had forced her into such a state. She had been cleaning the bathroom sink, her eyes focused on the bowl as she went to town with her trusty scrub brush, when she happened to look up into the mirror. Standing behind her, staring into the mirror, was a shirtless, middle-aged man, his face caked in a sickening mixture of shaving cream and blood. More of the red-hot liquid spurted from a deep, long wound in his throat, and she swore she could feel the blood's sticky warmth splashing against the back of her neck. When she turned around, he was already gone, but that didn't stop the banshee-like shriek from forcing its way out of her. She didn't remember climbing into the bathtub, but she must have raced toward it with primal expedience, where she then coiled up in fear until I arrived. We stayed in the tub for a long time after that, while she battled with her lungs to regain control of her breathing. Eventually, I helped her shaking, weak form climb out of the tub and walked her to our bedroom, where she rested for a while afterwards. No longer in the mood to eat, I threw my pasta in the trash and returned to the bathroom, where I finished her chores for her. While cleaning the sink, I noticed a small splotch of white shaving cream smeared upon the counter, which I promptly wiped away. I somehow managed to convince myself that it had been my own shaving cream, despite the fact that I had been growing a beard at the time and hadn't used the stuff in months. I reluctantly asked my uncle about the incident, and what he told me disturbed me enough that I decided I would not repeat it to my wife unless she asked me about it. To this day, she never has. My uncle told me that the man in question had recently been murdered by his wife. She had come up behind him while he was shaving, one of his old-school double-edged razors, blades hidden in her hand. She sliced open his throat before he even had a chance to realize what was happening. Now she was sitting in the local jail, Well, he was in the funeral home next door, waiting to be put to rest by his confused and devastated family. At the time, his wife had not provided a motive for the murder, and I never followed up with my uncle about it. I didn't see much good in knowing. Naturally, we discussed moving out after this. Oddly enough, my wife was the one who was more intent on staying in the house, despite her experience being significantly worse than mine was. "We've made a commitment to this house," she said, "and we're going to stick to it. There's no way we can let this place beat us that easily." She forced a smile. "Besides, both Mr. Grayson and your uncle said we don't have anything to worry about with these visitors. It's not like they can hurt us or anything." "Yeah," I said, "but they can scare you so badly that you wind up hiding in the bathtub." I was more surprised than anything else. I'm sure I won't react nearly that badly next time. My wife placed a reassuring hand on my forearm. "You don't need to worry about me. I'll be all right." "Are you sure?" I asked, unconvinced. She nodded. "Yeah, I can handle a few scares here and there if you can." I finally gave a smile back to her. It was mostly genuine. "Of course I can. It's going to take more than a few unexpected guests to scare me out of this place." And so we were in agreement, and the matter was settled. Years passed in that house. We raised a family together, a pair of beautiful daughters that became our entire world. All the while, we continued to be inconvenienced by our regular visitors. Sometimes weeks would go by where nothing paranormal happened, but other times we'd both have experiences for multiple days in a row. As it turned out, my wife had been right. She had never had as bad of a reaction as the one after the first incident. Some ghostly encounters were worse than others, but never once had we ever felt threatened by any of the presences in our home. Or at least, not for a while. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. We eventually mustered the bravery to do as Mr. Grayson and my uncle had told us to, and encouraged any guests we encountered to leave. Like my uncle said, there were a few that ignored our urges and stuck around for a while after we had spoken to them, but most of them didn't put up a fight. The good ones did, as we instructed, usually disappearing with such little fuss that it often took us a little while to even realize that they had left. As our two daughters grew up, we taught them how to deal with the apparitions they encountered, and soon they would even begin telling us stories about the ghosts they vanquished throughout the house. My youngest once encountered an elderly woman in our garden when she was gathering peppers for her mother, and on the same day, our oldest came across a young boy around her age while she was pulling her bike out of the shed. Both of them encouraged the interlopers to move on, and both guests had listened without any complaint. I was oddly proud of my girls. It felt as if they had taken up the mantle of some old family tradition, and were following in the well-trodden footsteps of their ancestors before them. Their experiences at home made them tough and difficult to frighten, and they eventually became minor celebrities at their school. Kids started coming over wanting to have paranormal experiences, and a few of them even did. Or so they said. I suppose I'll never really know if they were being honest about their encounters, or if they were simply making up stories to tell their friends on the playground. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Not every visitor was the result of a recent death. As I said before, the funeral home is quite old, and some of its patrons over the decades, and even centuries, have chosen to stick around for much longer than they ever should have. Once, I was working under the hood of my car in the garage when I suddenly smelled cigarette smoke. I looked up and saw a man standing in front of my workbench, a lit cigarette drooping lazily in his mouth. He wore a white t-shirt, tucked into a pair of dark blue jeans, which were themselves cuffed over top his pair of worn work boots. His black hair was sturdily slicked back, and held in place with what looked to be a strong pomade, and was so dark and shiny that it was difficult to make out the thick layer of blood that caked the crown of his head. He was studying the bench, his arms planted against its surface, his profile facing me. "Looking for something?" I asked. He didn't turn to look at me when he responded. "You seen the monkey wrench, boss?" "No," I said, "and I think you ought to leave." "Oh," he said. "All right then." I turned my attention to my car, and when I looked in his direction again, he was gone. The smell of his burning cigarette lingered in the garage for the rest of the afternoon. There was a time one summer when my wife and I had some of our college friends over for a cookout. We had warned them that they might encounter one of our regular guests during their visit, but they all laughed it off and didn't think much of it. At night, we spent a few hours around a campfire in our backyard swapping stories, playing games, and just generally enjoying each other's company. The group initially consisted of 5 of us, my wife and me, along with our 3 friends. But at a point that I could not, and I still cannot discern, our number increased to 6. My wife was the first to notice him sitting in an empty space between 2 of our friends, and she subtly drew everybody's attention to him in the uneven light of the guttering fire. We could see his messy brown beard and matching hair beneath his brimmed hardy hat, as well as the Prussian blue jacket that adorned his upper body, and in the light of the flame, I could just barely make out that the jacket had been torn to shreds there. Our friends, too frightened to move, could only watch as the man in blue sitting between them leaned forward, pulled a metal flask from his hip and began to drink. The scent of whiskey cut through the burn of the campfire and drifted on the nighttime summer air as he drank, and in a few moments, the liquor that found its way to his stomach came pouring out of the tattered hole in his coat. The blue man slowly turned his head toward our friend, seeming to notice her for the first time. He raised the flask in his hand, presenting it to her. "Care for some?" Our friend, despite our earlier warning, was too petrified to respond, and so my wife spoke in her place. "No thank you, and I think it's best that you move on." The blue man capped his flask, then followed up with a lethargic tip of his hat directed at nobody in particular. "All right." He went silent and turned his attention to the fire. The living members of our group did our best to carry on with the conversation as if he wasn't there, and eventually one of us noticed that our number had once again been reduced to 5, but the smell of whiskey remained for some time, and an inspection of the ground near where the blue man sat revealed that the dirt was wet with the jettisoned contents of his ruined stomach. Our friends stopped making fun of our ghost stories after that. None of them had visited our home since then. Considering the age of the funeral home, I don't think we'd ever had a guest that was older than the blue man. So you can imagine my surprise and confusion when only a few months later I encountered a Roman centurion with a bruised, swollen forehead in our basement. More baffling still was the fact that he spoke to me in English, and understood me when I told him it was time for him to leave. Everything made a lot more sense when my uncle informed me that an especially intoxicated man had recently fallen to his death from a 4th-floor balcony during a Halloween party. He had apparently hit his head pretty hard when he landed. It is more important to reiterate that of all the visitors mentioned up to this point, never made any of us feel unsafe outside of the occasional initial reaction of surprise or fright, and even then, the occurrences became so frequent that we weren't even startled by our guests half the time anymore. Any fear instilled in us faded not long after the visitors left, and the only returning guests we've had are the ones we failed to make leave during our first few encounters with them. But even these have all eventually passed on just the same as their predecessors had. This is all to say that not once have we ever experienced a presence in our home that we have not been able to handle, at least not until that night. It happened the winter after our oldest daughter's first birthday. My wife had to stay late at work, which wasn't unheard of, especially back in those days. On nights like those, I'd handle getting our 1-year-old settled into bed before drifting off to sleep myself shortly after. But I'd always leave a few lights on for when my wife got home, one of them being the wall lamp in the upstairs hallway. I had just gotten our daughter to fall asleep and was in our bedroom, reading a book in bed while preparing to hit the hay, when I happened to look toward the open bedroom door and saw the apparition standing there. She was a little girl, similar in age to that first spirit I had seen standing at the top of the stairs all those years ago. Immediately upon seeing her, I knew that something was wrong. Her presence brought with it a disturbing chill that was uncharacteristic of any other spirits we'd encountered up to that point. Plenty of them had come with strange feelings or auras that sometimes manipulated the temperatures in the room, but none of them had ever had this level of intensity to them. It made all the hairs on my body stand up as if they had suddenly been frozen into an army of needling icicles. As we stared at each other, her in the doorway and me in the bed, I felt an overwhelming sense of terror latch onto me that I had never experienced before, and hopefully will never experience again. The hallway behind her was black with an almighty darkness, which I knew should not have been possible, since I had left the light on for my wife, and I had seen its soft glow streaming into the room out of the corner of my eye while I was reading my book. As I noticed this powerful umbra, I realized that the overwhelming energy I felt was not coming from the girl, but rather from the presence that existed in the space beyond which light could reach. And as the understanding of a fresh, terrible danger continued to bubble up within me, something happened that stood in complete contrast to every ghostly encounter that I had experienced up to that point. The girl was the one to tell me that she needed to leave. And I knew that I needed to stop her from doing so. Something in my gut told me that whatever presence existed in the void beyond the doorway was beckoning for the girl to come to it. And I knew that I couldn't allow that to happen. I knew that for her to listen to that dreadful umbra would only result in her eternal doom. I was the only thing that stood between her and the certain damnation that awaited her just beyond the edge of that cataclysmic precipice. "No, I think you should stay here for a while," I said to her. Sitting up in my bed, I planted my bare feet on the chilly hardwood floor. Its cold touch steeled my nerves, and fought back the cacophony of voices in my mind that screamed for me to let her leave. Let the umbra have her just so long as it would leave me alone. She seemed confused, or at least as confused as a ghost could be. "Are you sure? I really think I should leave now." Her voice sounded small, distant, and vulnerable, which only made me all the more protective of her. "I'm sure," I said. "Stay in this house for a bit, okay? You can even go play in our daughter's room for a little while. You'll like it in there. It's cozy, with lots of toys and big, soft pillows." "I don't know," she said, turning to look through the doorway toward the darkness. "My friend says he's going to take me to my parents. He says they're looking for me." "Don't listen to him," I said. "He's a stranger. You shouldn't talk to strangers." She paused as if hearing somebody speak. "He says that you're a stranger." "I know your parents," I said. It felt wrong to lie to her like that, but I knew I had to do anything I could to stop her from going with the presence in the hallway. "They'll come to get you soon, but you have to stay here, okay?" The girl remained silent for a long time while I barely so much as breathed from my spot on the bed. The room grew heavier, darker, and I found that my lungs soon struggled to take in air, as if they were freshly recovering from running a marathon. My forehead grew slick with sweat despite the chill that infested the room. My body began to burn and ache. Paradoxically, rather than escape the heat, I felt the almost uncontrollable need to crawl beneath the warm, safe covers. and hide from the powerful umbra that seemed to be slowly sweeping into the room in the form of long, black, shadowy tendrils. I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. I feared that the girl was going to follow the presence, and that she would quickly be lost to the unending darkness that so sweetly coaxed her from such an agonizingly short distance away. But soon, I noticed that the dark presence was beginning to recede, until finally the light in the hallway was able to once again pierce through the weakening gloom. The terrible chill fled from the room, and the dense miasma that had been suffocating me and draining the very will to live from my bones faded back into light, breathable air. "Okay," she said. "I'll stay." "Good," I said. "And let me know if he tries to talk to you again, okay?" "Okay," she said again. The girl stood staring at me for a spell while my nerves continued to strum all along my anxious body, like a mass of broken guitar strings. Reaching a shaking hand toward my nightstand, I picked up my book and forced myself to return to my reading in an attempt to calm myself down. When my body was once again my own, I looked back at the doorway. The girl was gone, and gentle lamplight bled in from the hall. Strangely enough, I was no longer worried for her. I somehow understood that whatever presence had wanted her had been thwarted that night, and that she was safe for the time being. The truth was confirmed to me when I saw her again a few weeks later, and with the umbratic presence absent, I finally told her that it was time for her to move on. When she vanished for the last time, I felt an inexplicable peace overwhelm me, and I started to cry. To this day, I don't know the extent of what the Umbra wanted with the girl, but I know now, as I did back then, that its intentions were nothing short of sinister. I still wonder what had caused that presence to specifically latch onto her, instead of the countless other souls that drifted through our home. But I could never muster the courage to research the entity or ask my uncle for more details about the girl's death. I debated not even telling my wife about this encounter, but ultimately decided that she needed to know. I stayed up until she got home that night, much to her confusion, and immediately told her what had happened. She remained quiet for a long while after that. Neither of us slept that night. It has been the better part of 2 decades since that incident. My youngest daughter just started high school, and my uncle retired from the police service going on 5 years ago now. Mr. Grayson still holds his funeral services next door. I saw him outside welcoming mourners just last week, and I try not to think about the fact that the old man looks like he hasn't aged a day since I met him. Countless guests have come in and gone in the years since that terrible night. But that dark presence has not returned. I don't know if it ever will, and I pray to God that I never have to feel what I felt that night again. More than that, though, I pray that my wife and daughters never have to experience what I went through on that night. If that shadow decides to show itself again, I just ask that it does so to me, and to me alone, because I'll be here, waiting for it, should it ever choose to make itself known. I already know that I'm going to spend the rest of my life in this house, ghosts and all. If they couldn't scare me away in those first few months, then they're stuck with me until the time comes that I join their ranks on the other side of that thin, translucent veil that we call death. And who knows? Maybe I'll wind up in the funeral home next door when my time finally comes, and I'll have the chance to pay this old house one last visit before I say goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's go for 1,000 likes on this one. I think if everybody took just a quick second, we could do it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I do post content just like this all of the time. A very quick apology for this video going up a day late. This weekend was like most of the Pride events, and I was just out having a ton of fun, hung out with a bunch of my friends, just having a really good time. It basically just comes down to poor planning on my part. But I locked in these past couple days. I stayed up super late last night, got up early this morning so I could get this video done and ready for all of you. I really liked tonight's lineup, so I hope you all do as well. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads, except for the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I grew up just outside of one of those classic American national parks, the kind with endless pines, postcard-worthy mountains, and plenty of local stories. The only thing that sets us apart is that every October, like clockwork, the rangers shut down one trail for exactly 5 days. Black Pine Trail. Officially, the signs and brochures say it's for seasonal animal migration patterns. Nobody in town really buys it, and around here, we call the 5 days the closure. If you ask older people about it directly, they get weird fast. I'm serious. You'll see grown adults completely change their tune once that trail is mentioned in any capacity. The only person I know of who talks about it with little to no apprehension is my grandfather, an ex-park ranger. It's been this way since I was on the job, he'd say. Some folks went missing on the trail around the same time, and soon after, the signs went up every season. Most people in my generation think it's just small town superstition, the kind of thing people invent out of boredom to scare each other and get tourists to buy shirts at a gift shop. I was the same, but I don't think that anymore. Not after what happened when some friends and I decided to go on that trail during the closure. There were 4 of us who decided to look into the stories and legends surrounding the closure. It was me, my friends Eli and Mara, and my cousin, Connor. Although it was Eli who pushed us into actually going. He'd found a bunch of old forum posts about the trail closure after spending the night with my grandfather and me, and got obsessed with the idea that the park was hiding something. Illegal dumping, cult activity, secret wildlife relocation. He had whacked out theories for everything. 3 weeks before the trip, he sent us a thread from some dead forum. The title was, "Anyone know why Black Pine Trail really closes?" Most of the replies were jokes. Government spy elk. Secret military base. Meth lab in the woods. But a few weren't joking. One comment just said, "My uncle was an eco consultant there in the 90s. He quit after 1 season working there." Another said, "The reason they keep people out is that they're waiting for something to leave." That one stuck with him. From there, he dug through archive news articles and found missing persons cases loosely tied to the area. He even drove up the park twice to question rangers. They, of course, told him to get lost. Unlike Eli, Connor thought this whole idea was hilarious. My cousin had been a bit wild since forever. A troublemaker, with the scars to prove it. Literally. You can still see the knife scar above his belly button from back in high school. Luckily, he grew out of it after military school. Or, that's what he convinced everyone was the case. "This is either going to be the coolest thing we've ever done," he said while stuffing beef jerky into his backpack, "or we're going to find out park rangers are covering up some type of unethical animal breeding experiment." Eli snorted. "Protected by black budget park rangers." Connor nodded solemnly. "They probably wear night vision goggles to watch." Mara snickered, but it sounded forced. Nervous. That should have tipped me off. Mara wasn't paranoid. She was practical. The kind of person who brought extra batteries for everyone because she knew we'd forget them. If she got anxious, there was usually a reason. Still, Eli kept pushing, and we all caved. We got to the park around 4 in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, with low gray clouds hanging over the mountains. Black Pine Trail itself, however, sat near the northern end of the park, farther from the tourist areas and campgrounds, so there weren't many people around even during normal months. But during the closure, nobody. We could tell we were at the right place because there was a barricade that stretched across the trailhead with bright orange signs zip-tied to it. It said, "Trail closed, authorized personnel only." Someone had also scratched words into the wood beneath the sign, "Please don't stay after dark." Connor grinned. Okay, that's some commitment to the bit. Eli looked real excited and started taking pictures. Mara and I just stared at the forest. Seems like we both felt unnerved. You guys notice how quiet it is? And that was why. There was little to no sound as soon as we reached the tree line near the trail. No birds, no bugs, just this weird, dead stillness. Undeterred by Mara's words, however, Connor decided to hop the barricade. "Well," he said, "no point in just standing around, right?" Seeing how we were already there, and Eli was already jumping over the barrier, Mara and I followed suit. The trail itself started normally enough. A bunch of trail pines lined along a rocky dirt path with occasional wooden trail markers. It was really serene, apart from the deafening silence, which still had me bothered. It felt like the deeper we went, the more the forest swallowed sound. Conversations died quickly because speaking loudly suddenly felt wrong somehow. At one point, Eli clapped his hands loudly just to test the echo, and Connor started whistling loudly to annoy Mara and me. It worked quite well. After about an hour of constant talking, we decided to take a break and eat some of the snacks we brought. Mara, Connor, and I took a seat next to an old trail marker that had some wooden stump seats around it. Eli, however, said he wasn't too tired, and he'd scout ahead. A few minutes later, we heard him shout out, "Guys, come check this out." Concerned, we all stood and went to catch up with him. About another half a mile in, we found Eli standing next to a still-running Ranger truck taking pictures. It sat crooked beside the trail, as if somebody had parked in a hurry, and the driver's side door was open. Connor approached first. "What the—" "What?" I asked, rushing over. He pointed at the side of the vehicle. Deep scratches gouged through the paint. 4 parallel lines ran from the hood to the back door. The metal around them had curled outward slightly. "What do you think did this? A bear?" "That doesn't look like a bear's claw to me," Mara answered. Failing to notice our concern, Eli started to climb halfway into the truck, much to my displeasure. "Let me see if I can find some ID or something," he said, now reaching into the back seat. "Wait, we shouldn't—" The radio inside crackled suddenly. All of us jumped in response, and Eli retreated from the vehicle's interior. Static hissed through the speaker for several seconds. Then a voice broke through briefly. "Northridge." More static. "Don't let—" Silence. Then came a knock. Talk. A sharp and thick bang came from somewhere deeper in the trees. Connor looked upward. Maybe it was a woodpecker. Then the sound again. Another knock answered closer. Then another. Mara stepped closer to me. "I think we should head back to the parking lot." I nodded in agreement, but our 2 other friends looked displeased. Eli was especially upset by our apprehension to continue. "What? Come on. We've barely gotten anywhere. The trail is still another 10 miles long. Don't let some random noises get to you." We looked to Connor for his input, hoping he'd agree with us. All he did, however, was shrug and say, "I mean, we can keep going for a bit, but we should watch out for animals. I'd rather not end up like the side of that truck." We pleaded with them to reconsider, but Eli was unshakable in his misguided determination. Mara and I stood there for a bit, torn on what to do. We could go back by ourselves, or we could stay together as a group. We chose the latter. The shoes started appearing about another half hour later. At first, it was one pair of muddy running shoes hanging from a branch over the path. Connor chuckled nervously. I didn't know gangs could claim national park territory. Maybe there actually is a meth lab. But then we saw another. Then dozens. Hundreds. Some brand new, some rotted to nothing. Even a tiny pink rain boot 20 feet up. Tangled next to a hiker's boot coated in dried blood. Mara stopped cold. Nope, we're leaving. Eli, for once, looked shaken too. Yeah, that's seriously messed up. Even worse was that tucked into a small grotto nearby, we found a abandoned campsite. While looking around, we found what was probably the tent hanging shredded between trees. On top of that, there were coolers split open, and various lawn chairs were tossed around. Connor took a look at the fire pit, crouching beside it. This hasn't been here long, he concluded. I looked to Mara, who was captivated by something near the opposite end of the campsite. I joined her, asking what was wrong. That's when I noticed it. A child-sized sleeping bag was partially dragged into the woods. Inside was the other pink rain boot. That's it. Eli, I'm heading back. This is messed up, Mara said, walking back and pressing her finger into Eli's chest. Eli seemed ready to argue, but before he got the chance, a whistle echoed from the trees. Oddly enough, it sounded like Connor's whistling. Perfectly so. But that couldn't be, since Connor was standing right next to us. We all stared at each other, and as Eli began to speak, another whistle came even closer, followed by a low, wet laugh. At this point, we were all genuinely freaked out, even if it was just a weird animal out there, or it was a person messing with us. We didn't want to stick around to find out. Connor was now soundly against moving on, so Eli had no choice but to join us in heading back to the car. But unfortunately for us, the sun had started to go down, so we decided to camp one night and leave at first light. This would be the worst decision of our lives. I know that camping out there during the closure sounds stupid, but at the time it felt reasonable. We were already miles in, and darkness was setting fast. Besides, none of us wanted to hike out with the limited light from our flashlights, especially with whatever could be out there. We made camp beside a narrow creek surrounded by dense pine. There was no way we were going to stay at the wrecked campsite. That place was creepy as hell. Nobody wandered far from the fire. Connor tried joking a few times, but nothing landed. Eli kept scanning the tree line with his flashlight, now looking more scared than any of us. Mara barely spoke at all. At one point she quietly said, "Have any of you seen animals since we got here?" Nope, not one. Other than the truck, knocking, and whistling, there was no evidence of another living being in these woods. But it didn't stay that way for long. That's because around midnight, I woke to movement. At first I thought someone from our group was up, so I shuffled and looked around. It was none of my friends, however. They were all still asleep in their sleeping bags. I panned my vision to the surrounding area, and that's when I heard slow footsteps from just outside the firelight. I sat up slowly. Across from me, Connor shot awake too. He heard it too, and started to unzip his sleeping bag so he could try to investigate. The footsteps stopped, and when they did, so did Connor. Then something landed beside the fire. A pebble. A few seconds later, another pebble hit Eli's backpack. Then another. Soft little tosses, like someone trying to get our attention. I felt the need to do something, so I reached for my backpack, grabbed my flashlight, aiming it into the woods. "Who's there?" Nothing. Then from the darkness came Connor's whistle again, echoing from just out of the flashlight's line of sight. followed by a little girl's voice. Hello? After hearing that, Connor was no longer frozen because he began to back himself toward Eli as fast as he could. Dude, wake up. Something's out there. Eli groggily opened his eyes. What? What are you talking about? He paused and pointed before continuing. What is that? Then we saw it. A shape high in the trees, much too large to be human. It was crouched among the branches, watching us with vacant, shining eyes. It grinned down with long, pale teeth stretched far too wide across its face. Mara woke up now from the commotion, immediately locking eyes with this thing, and screamed. Hearing Mara's shrill howling, we all broke eye contact with it and looked at her. Realizing my mistake, I turned my gaze as fast as I could to the tree line. But it was gone. Then came the knocking again. We had to get out of there. Now. We packed in under 2 minutes, leaving half of our supplies behind, and started down the trail. But we'd soon realized that something was off about it. For some reason, maybe because of how dark it was, the path no longer looked familiar. Landmarks like the trail markers or busted up campsite were missing. Connor kept checking the GPS device he brought. No signal, and I don't have the coordinates of the entrance. Eli looked panicked now. I don't understand. We went straight. We literally just went straight. That's how a trail works. Suddenly, in the dead of the night, we heard something that brought our frantic scrambling to a halt. Help! Human screaming, a man's voice, reverberated off to our right. I recognized it. That's the ranger, from the truck radio. We gotta help him, Connor said, moving towards the scream. Mara grabbed his arm hard. What? No. We don't know what's out there. Someone has to. Besides, maybe he knows how to get out of here. Connor, don't. Help me. Closer now. Desperate. Connor, clearly scared, still found the bravery to rip free from Mara's grip and run into the trees before anyone could stop him. Eli hesitated for a moment before rushing after him with Mara and me following behind, as we didn't want to be alone. We found Connor's flashlight first, just 50 or so yards in, still on, lying crooked in the dirt. I crouched down to examine the flashlight, while the others searched around for any sign of my cousin. However, while inspecting the light, something trickled from above and landed on my head. I looked up, squinting my eyes, and once again, I felt a drop hit me, this time on my face. I wiped it away and pointed Connor's flashlight up towards whatever was dripping. Oh, God. Connor. Hanging amongst the tree branches was one of Connor's boots. Fresh blood smeared on the laces. Before the others could look up at what I found in the dark just ahead of us, we heard Connor laughing. Eli looked elated and said, Connor, we're over here. What happened to you? Did you find the ranger? The laughing just continued, but the longer it went, the more off it sounded. It was as if something was physically pulling apart his voice as it moved between trees impossibly fast. Closer, farther, then closer again, until it was right in front of us. I looked at Eli and then Mara and uttered one word. Run. We ran in the opposite direction for what felt like hours. We could hear large and cracking footsteps breaking branches behind us at all times. Whatever this thing was, it was fast enough to keep up with us, and I was starting to think it was a lot faster. We eventually spotted a clearing in the trees ahead. We passed through it, hoping to get our bearings, but again, nothing looked familiar. This was when the creature came fully into view. Moonlight hit past the clearing, just enough to illuminate it between the trees. It was tall, at least 7 feet tall, maybe more. Its arms hung low enough that its fingers brushed the ground, and its skin, God, the skin. It looked like a patchwork of different skin tones, going from fair to dark, and stretched tightly over visible ribs and joints. The legs bent slightly backward when it moved, almost like a flamingo, but its head tilted slowly as it watched us. Curious. Patient. Then it smiled again, its lips stretched and peeled, trying to get its mouth to open more and more. Mara whispered, "Oh my God." It seems like she noticed what I, too, would soon come to notice. Along this thing's neck, leading up to the chin, was a familiar-looking scar above an outy belly button. It was wearing Connor's skin. Hearing Mara's fearful whisper, it clicked and contorted. There was a violent jerking motion, then another, and with no other warning, it skulked towards us, launching itself forward in horrible, uneven bursts. The only thing I can relate it to is a spider wading across water. We were once again on the run. Behind us, I could hear impacts slamming into the ground as it chased us through the woods, but it never fully committed to chasing us. It kept circling, passing us, disappearing, reappearing ahead. It was as if it were toying with us, as if we were mice being chased by a cat. At one point, Eli screamed because something brushed his shoulder in the dark. When I looked back, I saw its pale fingers retracting behind a tree, along with a deep, inhuman cackle. Then it used Connor's voice again. "Guys, wait up." So badly I wanted to stop running, to look back and see my idiot cousin running with us. But I knew it was just that vile monster, mocking us. By pure luck, we crashed into an old ranger station. It was a tiny wooden cabin hidden amongst dense trees. The windows were shattered, and the door was hanging open. Needing a place to hide and rest, we had little to no qualms about rushing inside and proceeding to shove a cabinet against the entrance. The smell of the place hit first. A combination of mildew and something coppery. Old maps littered the floors, together with shattered equipment, and there were hundreds of tally marks covering the back wall. We waited for a while, trying to hear if our hiding spot was compromised, but after close to an hour, there was nothing. Seeing no other choice but to look around, we tried to find something that could help us. Eli went towards the back of the cabin while Mara and I stayed closer to the front. "Hey Jess," I heard her say, "take a look at what I found." I hurried over to look, and it appeared to be a journal near a sideways desk. It had ranger logs stamped faintly across the front. Water damage ruined most of it, but some entries were readable. The handwriting changed throughout the journal too. The earlier entries looked neat and professional, while the later ones looked rushed. Shaky. October 24th. Closure started this morning. The Northridge team reported hearing knocking again around 0500. 3 distinct impacts spaced evenly apart. No wildlife movement observed anywhere near the trail. Not normal. Again. October 25th. Found another shoe hanging near mile marker 6. Child sneaker this time. Blue. Still clean enough that it can't have been there long. We searched the surrounding area for remains or missing hikers. Nothing. Miller says we should stop documenting this stuff altogether. I disagree. October 25th, 21:30, 9:30 p.m. Heard it for the first time tonight. Thought it was Alvarez outside the station. Sounded exactly like him. He was standing beside me when we heard it call my name from the trees. October 26th. The entire forest feels dead. Alvarez refuses to patrol after dark now. Says he saw something crouched in the trees near the old fire road. Wouldn't describe it. Just kept repeating. It smiled at me. October 26th, 23:47, 11:47 p.m. Something circled the station for over an hour tonight. Slow footsteps. Stopped whenever we checked the windows. Started again the second we sat down. Miller heard knocking directly outside the wall. October 27th. It mimicked Alvarez tonight. Perfectly. We heard him yelling for help down near the creek. Miller almost went after him. Good thing he didn't, because Alvarez was already dead. We found pieces of him this morning hanging from branches near the ravine. Mostly clothing. One boot, still tied neatly by the laces. The next several pages were badly smeared, like someone had grabbed them with wet hands. Then another readable entry appeared farther in. October 28th. It watches the station constantly now. Saw it clearly for maybe 2 seconds through the trees. Tall with patched skin. Why does it move like that? It tilted its head when it saw me looking at it. Almost curious. I want to go home. October 28th, 8 p.m. It comes down from the North Ridge every year. That's why they close the trail. Not to keep people out, but to give it an empty forest so it moves on faster. If it finds someone or something during the migration, it plays with them first. It learns their voices, their sounds, their fears. I think it likes when people run. The final page had only one sentence written across it repeatedly over and over in uneven handwriting. It has my voice. It has my voice. It has my voice. Mara shut the book, looking up at me, tears welling in her eyes. What are we gonna do? She asked. I didn't have an answer. All I could do was hug her and pray we found a solution. It appeared my prayer did get answered as Eli shouted, "Hey!" He shoved aside a pile of moldy papers and crouched beside an old radio console bolted to the desk. It looked ancient, dust-covered. Half the switches were missing caps, and one side of the speaker grill had been dented inward. I shook my head. No way this old thing still works. He ignored me and got busy flipping switches, and suddenly static hit the room hard enough that Mara jumped back. Holy Jesus Christ, she hissed. Eli snatched the microphone. Hello? Anybody there? Nothing but static. He tried again. We're hikers on Black Pine Trail. We're lost and there's... The radio spat, then snapped loud enough to make us all freeze. Someone answered. A voice came through, rough and buried under white noise. This is Ranger Holt. Who is this? All three of us stared at the radio. Eli nearly dropped the mic. Oh my god. Okay. My name's Eli. We need help, right now. You crossed the barricade? Eli looked at me nervously. Yeah. Listen carefully. Is it following you? None of us answered right away. Then somewhere outside the station... Tuck. Mara flinched violently. Yes. The ranger cursed quietly under his breath. Alright, you need to head south immediately. There should be an emergency access road about 2 miles from your position. How do we get there? I asked, leaning toward the radio. You got a map? Eli nodded automatically before realizing the ranger couldn't see him. Yeah. Good. Write these coordinates down. I grabbed some dry paper scraps off the desk while Eli repeated the numbers aloud. The ranger spoke first, like he was in a hurry. 37.441 north, 119.77 west. Follow the ravine until... A soft electronic chirp cut him off. Beep. All three of us froze. Eli frowned. What's that? The sound came again. Beep, beep. Mara slowly turned toward me and my stomach dropped. I recognized the sound. Connor's GPS. It's still active somewhere nearby. Eli looked confused and asked, What's wrong? That's Connor's GPS. So, we can put the coordinates on that instead of using a map. The beeping continued softly, closer this time. Mara whispered, Connor had it. Another beep sounded. Then the ceiling creaked, causing dust to rain down right above us. Over the radio, Ranger Holt suddenly shouted, "Get out of the cabin now!" Something slammed onto the roof hard enough to shake the entire station. Mara screamed. Then came the knocking directly overhead. It kept going relentlessly as another impact slammed into the roof. Eli grabbed my arm. "Back door, now!" We didn't have time to think about it. As the second we got to the door, something crashed through the rafters. Wood exploded inward, and pale limbs unfolded through the darkness inside the cabin. It had gotten stuck, giving us our opportunity to run. Eli practically ripped the back door off its hinges trying to get outside. Behind us, the cabin exploded with noise. Wood splintering, glass shattering, and underneath all of it, laughter. A mix of all the voices it had collected over its long life of stalking and killing. I glanced back once before we crossed the tree line. Something dark and lanky unfolded itself through the broken roof. Its long limbs bent at impossible angles as it tore through the cabin, and its head snapped at attention towards us. The game was over. There was no more hiding, just a wild pursuit. Branches tore across our faces as we sprinted downhill through the dark. Nobody knew where we were going anymore. The trail was gone, leaving only trees that covered the moonlight, forcing us to rely on our dim flashlights to guide us. It didn't take long for it to catch up to us now that it wasn't playing with us anymore. In fact, I was just able to glance over and catch a glimpse of its haunting visage rushing through the canopy. Mara kept her eyes on it too, and seemed to realize something. "It keeps pushing us left," she yelled. She was right. Every time we turned, it beat us there, shoving us in another direction, like it knew exactly where we'd end up. Then a voice echoed through the woods ahead. "Kids!" We all froze instinctively. "Kids, over here!" A flashlight beam appeared next, sweeping the trees. For one horrible second, I actually believed it was Ranger Holt. I thought we made it. Mara screamed out in glee, weeping as she ran closer to the light. "Wait, Mara!" We heard a sickening thud. She'd fallen into an inlet hidden under leaves and mud. For a moment she was still moving, trying to crawl back up the bank. But then the flashlight stopped moving. It slowly tilted sideways and the voice came again. "I'm here." There was a long pause between each word. Too long. "I'm here." Then the light blinked out and the monster landed beside her on all fours. It had used Connor's light to trick us. Noticing the darkness now enveloping Mara, we quickly turned our lights in her direction and saw its arms wrapped around her body as it continued to speak broken and disjointed words. Mara screamed my name as a long finger covered her mouth. Unable to think rationally, I slid halfway down the bank trying to reach her, but was stopped as Eli grabbed my jacket. I extended my hand and for 1 second, our fingers actually touched, but I was too late. The creature jerked backward violently, and Mara disappeared into the dark so fast it nearly pulled me down with her. I can still hear it. The dragging of her body, along with the horrible wet laughing between her muffled screams. The sounds moved deeper into the woods, gradually, like the thing wanted us to try and follow. I probably would have too, if Eli hadn't held me down when I tried to move. "Don't!" He screamed directly into my face. "Please, Jess, you can't die too." All I could do was scream and cry as he continued to press me against the floor. He started to cry as well. Despite the immediate danger surrounding us, we sat for a few minutes and wept. But our grieving was interrupted by Mara's voice, now ringing out from the forest. "Guys?" We both froze. "Guys, wait for me." The voice sounded exactly like hers, but there was no panic in it anymore. She giggled softly as another voice answered from farther away. "Connors." "You coming?" Then both combined into one as the mimic started bellowing in the dark once more. We reached the trailhead at dawn. For whatever reason, after Mara was taken, it stopped chasing us. To this day, I don't know why. Maybe it was full. If it ate whatever it caught. Or perhaps it had its fun and wasn't interested in us anymore. 3 park rangers, along with Ranger Holt, stood beside the barricade waiting for us, armed to the teeth and blaring their car's sirens to the max. As soon as we passed the tree line, both Eli and I collapsed to the ground, exhausted. We had to be carried to their cars, and all the while they bombarded us with questions about what happened and what we saw. When we finally reached the vehicles, Holt asked, "How many of you went on the trail?" Eli couldn't answer. I barely could. 4, I whispered. He lowered his eyes briefly as another ranger muttered, "Better than last year." I'll never forget that sentence. Better than last year. They've done this before, and by how they acted, it's been a routine for a long time. When we tried to ask questions of our own, they refused to answer. At one point, Eli started screaming at them, "What is that thing?" Once again, no answer. As we drove away, I found myself looking back through the rear window toward the tree line. I wish I hadn't. It was there, peeking half hidden between the pines, smiling with an arm outstretched as if it were waving. Its chest rose and fell quickly, satisfied. And what made me once again start crying was that it was holding Mara's backpack, lifting it to and fro with every shift of its hand. The official story hit local news 2 days later. 2 hikers missing during illegal trespassing incident. Possible bear attack. Search efforts suspended due to weather conditions. That was it. Connor and Mara were declared legally missing, and the trail reopened after the 5-day closure period ended. Eli and I barely talk now. After what happened, we just couldn't face one another. We saw each other at school mostly, but last month he moved to Arizona with his family. Years later, I still hear things at night. I know it's all in my head, but I swear I can hear whistling and knocking at my window while I try to sleep. So, all of this leads to why I decided to post this in the first place. Well, I've been hearing about a group planning to host an event out on the trail to protest deforestation and construction on protected land. This usually wouldn't be a problem, but here's the thing. It's October, and Black Pine Trail closes again tomorrow. No matter what anyone tells you, please know that my wife is dead. We had been married for 4 years. She loved me enough to move halfway across the country with me. Leaving behind Maine and moving to a small rural town in South Dakota was difficult for her, but she grew to love our quiet peace of nowhere. Jess loved the slower pace of life that South Dakota granted, and so did I. It allowed me to focus more on our relationship. I nearly lost Jess once before. In college, my drinking got so bad that I stopped recognizing the man in the mirror. She stayed anyway. She helped me get sober. She gave me a future when I deserved neither. It was her kindness and patience that got me through, and when our life in South Dakota began, I made a promise to myself that I would make the most of every moment I had with Jess. 2 weeks ago, Jess headed back to Maine for a weekend girls' trip with her sisters, since she hardly got to see her family anymore. I supported her decision to make the trip, though I told her I would miss her like crazy. She smiled, leaned in for a kiss, and said, "I'll be back before you know it." Less than an hour after she left, I got a call from my fishing buddy, Sheriff Miller. "Hey Sheriff, you want to get together tonight for some fishing? The wife is out of town, so I'm free," I answered casually. A sober voice responded, "Devin, I'm real sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, but there's been an accident on Highway 9 by the intersection. I think you should come down here." My heart dropped as I hung up and headed out to Highway 9. As I approached, I saw the bright flashing lights of 4 police cars, 2 fire trucks, and 1 ambulance. My hands shook violently as I exited my car and jogged over to the scene. In the middle of the intersection, I could see a semi with its front end smashed in on itself and smoke rising from its exposed engine. I walked up to Sheriff Miller. When he saw me, he removed his hat, and with tears in his eyes, he said, "Devin, I'm so sorry." In a panic, I glanced past him to the torn-up cornfield just off the road. In the middle of damaged and flattened corn stalks rested the crumbled remains of Jess's 2019 Subaru. I screamed and wept as I saw the paramedics walk a covered stretcher to the awaiting ambulance. Even beneath the sheets, I could tell that the body it carried was mangled and bent in ways unnatural for the human form. Weeping, I fell to the ground as the sheriff knelt next to me. He told me he knew how hard this is, but he really needed me to come with him to the medical examiners to positively identify the body. So he helped me to his car, and we both followed the ambulance. I sat in the hallway for what felt like hours before they called me back to view the body. Tears again filled my eyes as they lifted the sheet. It was her. It was my Jess. The crash had knocked one of her eyes loose in its socket, and her jaw was mangled and hung loose. But it was her. The next couple of days were a blur of conversations with the funeral home, the local pastor, and Jess's family, who took the first flight to South Dakota. The funeral was on Sunday afternoon. The whole town came. The pastor spoke about the value of life and the sadness of death. As the casket was lowered to the ground, I sat there staring into the void. Slowly, family and friends began to leave, but not me. I stayed. I watched the workers fill the grave. I watched the last of the dirt disappear beneath the setting sun. And when I finally drove home, I did so knowing one thing with absolute certainty. My wife was dead. It was dark when I got home. My parents and Jess's parents both begged me to come over to the hotel so that we could grieve together, but I told them I needed to be alone. In reality, I didn't want them to stop me from drinking away my pain. Several bottles later, I sat alone in the darkness of the living room, as drunk as could be, but still unable to forget. That's when I heard the front door unlock. It took me a moment to realize what I was hearing. It was the low jingle of keys followed by someone fumbling to fit the key in the lock. Then a loud click. Next, the front door swung open, flooding the entryway with moonlight. I stared through groggy eyes as a familiar silhouette filled the doorway. A voice I never thought I'd hear again said, "Why is it so dark in here?" before calling out for me. "Devin, are you home, honey?" I couldn't believe my eyes. This can't be her. "Who are you?" I said with slurred words. At that, she jumped slightly, startled by my words coming from the darkness. She turned on the hallway light and saw me in the chair. "What do you mean, who are you?" "It's me, your wife," she said playfully before following up with, "Why are you sitting in the dark?" I had no words. I simply stared at her in disbelief. Her eyes glanced down to the empty bottles on the floor, and a frown formed on her face. "Really, Devin? I leave for 3 days and you start doing this again? I thought we were past this." I slowly stood to my feet and took a wobbly step towards her. "I don't know who you are, but this isn't funny. Jess is dead. Leave me alone." "What are you talking about?" She said in an annoyed tone, "I'm not dead. I was visiting sisters, don't you remember?" I stumbled forward towards her. "Jess is dead." She laughed. "Okay, you've definitely had too much to drink. I literally talked to you from Bangor yesterday." "You're not real," I mumbled as my eyes grew foggy and I collapsed in a drunken stupor. The next morning I woke up with a splitting headache. I wasn't sure how I had gotten to bed, but I lay there staring up at the ceiling. The grief of the last few days returned, and I sighed as the reality of life without Jess returned. As I pulled myself out of bed, I told myself I would go over to my parents' hotel later that day. As I got dressed, I noticed a strange smell in the room, not the scent of alcohol that I expected. Instead, it smelled vaguely of rotting leaves and mold. I cracked open a window before heading downstairs. My whole body tensed up as I walked into the kitchen, and there stood Jess. She was humming to herself as she poured a cup of coffee. I swallowed hard before opening my mouth. "Jess?" She turned and smiled. It was her face, her bright blue eyes, her bright white teeth, and dirty blonde hair. In that moment, I didn't know what to believe. 3 days ago I looked into the same face, broken and lifeless. But now here she was smiling at me as if nothing had happened. "Morning," came her energetic voice. "I have to go into the office here shortly, but I made you some coffee and here's some aspirin. I'm sure you're feeling a bit hungover." All I could do was nod. "Last night wasn't great. We can talk about it later, but it doesn't have to be a big deal. Let's just move on." "Okay, sounds good," I managed to say. She walked by me to get to the garage. As she did, she kissed me on the cheek. Her lips were cold. "I love you," she said as she walked out the door. For a moment, I just stood there in the kitchen. My pounding headache made it even harder to understand what was going on. Had I, in a drunken state, imagined that my wife had died? No, I couldn't have. I was there. I smelled the burning flesh and saw the body. But if I wasn't imagining her death, then who was I talking to? It looked like Jess. It sounded like her too. My memories tell me that she is dead, but my eyes tell me that she's alive. So which one do I believe? "Maybe someone else can tell me," I muttered aloud as I reached for the phone. "Hey, Devin." Sheriff Miller's jolly voice came through the phone. "You want to get together tonight for some fishing? The wife is working a late shift, and I get done around 5 if you're free." "Sheriff, it's Jess." "What about her?" "The accident." Silence. "Devin, what accident? Is Jess okay?" I could feel anger boiling within me. "What do you mean? You were there. Friday you called me to tell me she had died in an accident. We just buried her yesterday." He went silent again before saying, "Dev, are you feeling okay?" "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Well, what I mean is we didn't have a funeral this weekend. At least not one I was aware of. And the last lethal accident around here was the Harrison family last summer." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. Miller continued in a lower tone. "Have you been drinking again? Look, if you need help, I'll give you the number of that rehab center in Middleton." Without another word, I ended the call. Next, I called my parents, and though I had seen them yesterday at the funeral, they claimed they hadn't left Maine in months. For the next hour, I scoured the internet, trying to find any news coverage of the accident, or an online obituary, but there wasn't any trace of the events of this last weekend anywhere online. I then found myself searching the house for the bulletin from the funeral service, or maybe one of the many "sorry for your loss" cards I had received. But there was nothing. No cards, no notes, not so much as a scrap of paper from the funeral home. Nothing. By noon I felt like I was losing my mind, and my last evidence of my wife dying could only be found at the funeral home, so I walked 4 blocks over to the funeral home. As I entered, I was greeted at the front desk by an elderly man wearing a 3-piece suit. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you?" He said in a shaky yet soothing voice. "Yeah, hi. I was wondering if I have ever done any business here." He raised one eyebrow and asked, "You've forgotten if you've done business with a funeral home?" Yeah. I was just wondering if you could check my name against your files." "Very well. What is your name?" After giving my name, he typed it into the computer and said, "It seems that this last Saturday you purchased 1 burial plot in the East Field. Is that ringing any bells?" I nodded. "Yeah, it is. Could you give me the lot number? I'd like to check that it's the one I wanted." He wrote it on a sticky note and handed it to me. I didn't really need the lot number. I knew exactly where Jess's grave was. I walked out into the east field, but was shocked to find that the beautiful headstone that Jess's parents and I bought was no longer there. It was an empty lot. The ground had clearly been disturbed recently, but there was no headstone. I double-checked the number to be sure I was right, and it was. I found myself staring vacantly at the lot, and as I did, a small thought in the back of my mind began to grow. I must have made it up. By the time I walked home, it was nearing dinner time. As I approached my house, I saw Jess's Subaru in the drive, another detail disproved by memories. I took a deep breath and braced myself before walking inside. Seeing Jess still was a shock to my system. I could hear Jess, she was in the kitchen, humming to herself as she did in the morning. I could feel my heart beat faster as I walked. Jess had made herself dinner and was just about to start eating when she noticed me walking in. She gave me a wide smile and said, "Hey, how was your day?" This felt weird. I forced a smile. "It was good. How was yours?" "Incredible," she said as she turned to grab her plate. "What are you eating?" I asked awkwardly. "Oh, I needed some protein, so I cooked up a few of the steaks from the freezer," she replied as she took a greedy bite out of one of the steaks. I gazed at her uncomfortably before saying, "Jess, you're a vegetarian. You don't eat meat." At this, she stopped chewing for a moment and looked like a child looks when they're caught in a lie. We awkwardly stared at one another before she smiled and said, "Well, I'm just trying new things. Who knows? Maybe I'll become a carnivore instead." She laughed wildly with a mouthful of meat. "It's pretty good. You should try some." I shook my head, but she lifted the fork with a piece of steak to my mouth, pressing it gently against my closed lips. "Come on, you'll love it," she said with wide eyes. Reluctantly, I took a little nibble of the meat. "See? Isn't that so good?" The cheerfulness of her voice didn't match the violence of her eyes. For a while, she stared at me with her wide, unblinking eyes before turning and saying, "Well, that's enough for me. Time to go take a shower." I stayed downstairs until I heard the shower turn off. After gathering my courage, I walked up to the bedroom. In the master bath, Jess sat by the mirror in fresh pajamas, drying her hair. Her head turned to me as I walked in. I swallowed hard before asking, "Are you Jess?" Vacant eyes looked back at me before a toothy grin appeared. "I'm your wife," she replied. "That's not what I asked." She stared a moment longer before shrugging and turning back to the mirror. I turned and retreated to the basement, shutting the door behind me. I tried to calm my nerves with some TV. A few hours later, I finally felt brave enough to leave the basement. I might not want to sleep in the same room as her, but Jess acting weird wasn't going to keep me in the basement. I stood up from the couch and turned around. As I did, my blood froze. Directly behind the couch, standing as still as a statue, was Jess. I don't know how long she had been there. I hadn't heard the basement door open. She stood staring deep into my eyes, head slightly tilted to the right, with a gentle yet malicious grin on her face. "Oh, Jess, I hadn't heard you come down," I said nervously. Silence followed. "What are you doing down here?" she said in a melodic tone barely louder than a whisper. I had to get out of there. "I was just about to watch some shows, but my boss called me saying they need me to cover the night shift, so I gotta go." She glared at me in silence for what felt like an eternity before replying, "Okay, I hope you have a good shift." She then turned to the side to allow me access to the stairs. As I walked up the stairs, I could feel her warm breath on my neck as she followed close behind. Trying to stay calm, I found my wallet and keys before saying, "Bye, honey." She didn't respond. I resisted the urge to run to my car. As I turned the key, I breathed a sigh of relief. The real Jess would have known that I had been out of work for months. I felt convinced that that wasn't my wife, but I had to be sure. Jess stood in the window watching me as I backed out and pulled away. I had to know. I had to know what happened to my wife, and what was now in my house. And only one place could give me answers. So I stopped at the local hardware store and bought a shovel. I then waited till 1 a.m. when I was sure no one was out. Parking a little ways away, I cautiously walked to the east field of the cemetery. Something was buried in my lot. There was no headstone, but the dirt had clearly been moved, so I started digging. It must have been past 3 a.m. when my shovel hit the hard concrete of a burial vault. My lot had something in it. I took the time to clear off the rest of the vault lid before climbing out of the grave to run back to my car for a sledgehammer. Within the hour, I was covered in sweat, but the majority of the vault cover was gone or loose. Beneath the smashed pieces of concrete, I could see a coffin. The same deep red oak coffin I had picked out for my wife 3 days ago. When the opening was big enough, I took the leap of no return and began smashing the beautiful box with the head of the shovel. As I punctured the lid, the odor of death escaped and I recoiled in disgust. After holding back vomit, I returned to work and pried the lid open. My eyes widened as I peered inside. Buried in my wife's casket was the mangled and deformed body of a decaying deer. Its limbs were twisted and broken to fit in the box. Its neck snapped and violently bent to the side. Its lifeless eyes were foggy, and maggots crawled every inch of the carcass. On one of its antlers, it wore a ring. It was my wife's wedding ring. Though it was covered with dried blood and fur, it was still as beautiful as the day I gave it to her. I don't remember the drive back to the house. I only remember standing in the driveway before dawn, staring at the kitchen light glowing through the curtains. Every instinct told me to leave. Instead, I went inside. The house smelled stronger now. Wet earth, rotting leaves. Something dug up and left in the sun. Jess was sitting at the kitchen table. She wasn't eating. She wasn't reading. She was simply waiting. Her eyes followed me as I entered. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she looked down at my hand, at the wedding ring. The smile slowly faded from her face. "Oh," she said quietly. The single word sounded more disappointed than angry. I took a step backward. "What are you?" I whispered. She tilted her head. The movement went too far, her neck bending several inches past what should have been possible. "I'm your wife." "No." For the first time since she'd appeared, she stopped smiling entirely. Something dark moved behind her eyes, but the voice tried to be kind. "You weren't supposed to dig." The voice was almost hers. Almost. I backed toward the door. She made no effort to stop me. Instead, she folded her hands on the table and watched. As I reached the doorway, she spoke one last time. "Devin?" I froze. "When you get lonely enough," a grin stretched across her face, "you'll come back." I left and never looked back. Since then, I've tried to move on. I'm working part-time in a new city in a different state. My wife is gone even though no one believes me. I'm both grieving and terrified because every now and then I get voicemails from unknown numbers. It's the same message every time. In the voice of my wife, barely holding back laughter, the thing says, "Devin, when are you coming home?" If you are camping in Baxter State Park and you see trees marked with red paint, please pack your bags and leave before it's too late. Let me preface this by saying I'm not the one who believes in cryptids or supernatural stuff. I want to believe that there is a logical explanation for what happened to me and my friend, but for the life of me, I can't find a rational answer. I've been camping since I was a kid, but now I can't find the courage to go back into the wilderness ever again. I'm a pretty experienced camper. I love traveling to different parks and staying out there for 4 to 5 nights at a time. My friend Aaron and I had planned on staying 5 nights in Baxter State Park in Maine. Aaron is also very experienced and has gone with me on countless previous trips. He knows these particular woods better than I do, so when he picked a spot pretty far off from any trails, I didn't question his decision. We chose a spot near a tree that was marked with red spray paint. We planned to leave the site every day to go hiking, so the paints made it an easy landmark that would help us locate our campsite. The campsite was in a small open field about 30 yards north of the tree with red paint. The first night was completely fine. We hiked out to a nice fishing spot and then headed back to camp when the sun was setting. I distinctly remember passing the painted tree on the way back. Unfortunately, this was the last normal experience I'd have in that forest. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of what seemed like a tree about to fall. I could hear the cracking of branches followed by loud creaking noises. The odd part was that there was no thud. It's as if the tree never hit the ground. What made it weirder was that the forest still seemed to be rustling, although now more faint. I could still hear the cracking of branches and lots of commotion. I was still half asleep, so I chalked it up to there just being a large animal making noise. In the morning, we went out on another hike. As we left camp, I glanced around for any recently fallen trees, just to be sure. There was nothing. We continued with our day as usual, until deciding to cut it short and head back in order to prepare dinner. On the way back, we couldn't spot the tree with red paint. It was odd, but we still managed to make our way back to camp based on memory. Aaron was more confused by the absence of the tree than I was. He kept going on about how he was certain the path he had us on would have taken us right by the tree. To confirm, he walked back over to the location of the tree, but it was nowhere to be seen. When he told me this, I thought he must have missed it, so I also investigated. Sure enough, the tree wasn't anywhere to be seen. I trust our spatial awareness, and I wholeheartedly believe we were in the exact spot where the tree should have been. I remembered the sounds from the previous night having come from the direction of the tree, so I thought that maybe it was the one that had fallen over. However, after scanning the area, there was no sign of a fallen tree. It's as if the tree had just completely vanished. Although we were confused, we didn't keep looking for much longer and returned to the campsite and went to bed. Later, in the middle of the night, I was once again awoken by the same sounds. It sounded like the forest was moving. The sound of trees breaking and snapping was unnaturally loud. It was much louder than small branches snapping. It was like a whole trunk was being broken in two. I still told myself that it was just a large animal, most likely a bear. I should have investigated it to be sure, but it sounded distant, and I didn't want to risk an encounter with an animal. That morning we went hiking to another fishing spot nearby. This is when things got really strange. On our way back, we took the main trail and walked past an older couple who were also out camping. They saw our fishing gear and asked if we caught anything. We started having a pretty casual conversation, but the whole tone shifted when the husband brought up hearing trees fall in the night. It was their first night camping, and I told him that we had been hearing loud noises in the night for multiple days now. I asked him if he was able to find the fallen trees, but he said they couldn't find anything. Then I asked him what direction he heard it from. It was right over there, near the tree with red paint on it, he said as he pointed off toward the distant tree line. Aaron and I looked at each other with confusion and an uneasy feeling. It's very possible that multiple trees had been marked with paint in these woods. Maybe there was a logging scheduled soon. Despite all logical conclusions, both of us were put on edge by the mention of a tree with red paint. All 4 of us walked over to look for a fallen tree, but I was more interested in finding this tree with red paint. When we got closer, I asked the man where the tree with red paint was. In a confused tone, he said, "It should be right here. That's strange. Maybe I'm mistaken." His wife chimed in. "No, it was definitely here. It was pretty easy to spot because of the bright red." Now things felt really off. What are the chances that 2 different groups spot a tree with red paint? and then both trees seemed to vanish into thin air. We continued on our hike to the fishing spot. On the way, all we could talk about was the tree with red paint. It was such a strange coincidence, and we couldn't figure out a logical explanation. Despite this, we tried to forget about it and focus on fishing and the beautiful scenery. We didn't want these strange events to ruin the vibe of the trip. The day came to an end, and I was once again awoken by loud rustling in the forest. I ignored it and went back to bed. When morning arrived, Aaron and I decided to take a break from hiking and spend the day at camp. While eating lunch, Aaron got up to take a piss. He walked over to the tree line, which was close by. It was maybe 20 yards away at most. One thing I feel I need to stress was that he had walked in the opposite direction of where we had initially spotted the tree with red paint. I didn't think anything of it, and continued eating with my back facing the direction where Aaron was peeing. In a shocked voice, Aaron shouted to me, "I found the tree with red paint. It's over here." Immediately after he said this, the forest began to rumble again. It was the same sounds I had been hearing every night. I could hear loud snaps of branches and deafening creaking noise, the kind you hear from large trees swaying in heavy winds. I couldn't see Aaron anymore, and I became concerned, so I started calling out his name. My guess was that the tree couldn't have been far from the tree line, so if he walked into the woods to investigate it, he only would have walked a few feet. He was definitely close by, given the fact that I could hear him. However, as I called out his name, I didn't get a response. I began to panic. I thought maybe a bear or something had attacked him in the woods, and that's what caused the loud noises coming from the forest. But I didn't hear any screaming or cries for help. It's like he vanished. I ran over to where he was, and I couldn't find him anywhere. By now, the loud crashing of branches had reduced to a distant rustling of leaves. I continued calling out his name, but there was nothing. It didn't make sense. How could he go from within earshot to completely gone in less than 30 seconds? My heart was racing. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew something was terribly wrong. I began to sprint through the forest, following the sound of distant commotion in the trees. Unfortunately, the dense woods slowed me down, and eventually the forest returned to silence. I ran back to camp, all while screaming out for Aaron. I went to investigate the spot where I last heard him. I thought that if something happened, maybe I could track him by tracing his steps. I walked back to the tree line and found his canteen, which he had laid next to him on the ground. I even found the puddle of pee where he had been doing his business, but that's about it. His footprints were only a couple more feet before coming to an abrupt stop. What made it stranger was that I couldn't even find the tree with red paint. It's a very bright red and it's easy to spot, so if he spotted it while peeing, it must be extremely close by. I circled the area multiple times but found nothing. No tree, no Aaron. In all the confusion, my heart was racing, but I tried to stay calm and called 911. I didn't sleep for the next 72 hours. A search and rescue operation started 30 minutes after I dialed 911. I tried to help as much as I could. I gave a description of Aaron and described where I last saw him and what had occurred just moments before his disappearance. I felt crazy for doing it, but I even brought up the tree and tried to stress that I believed it had something to do with his disappearance. As I expected, the police disregarded the whole tree thing. Under normal circumstances, I would have as well, but something felt deeply wrong in my soul. I don't know what it was, but I know that tree had something to do with Aaron's disappearance. To make matters worse, the couple we had spoken to was also reported missing. Apparently, police estimate that they disappeared just a few hours before Aaron did. They were only reported missing after they didn't show up to a guided hiking session they had scheduled that day. How strange is that? The couple also vanished without a trace. As far as I know, they were the only other people who had a strange encounter with a tree with red paint, and now they are missing as well. After multiple nights, I had to get some sleep. I was at the point of exhaustion. I packed mine and Aaron's things and decided to get a motel room. I wanted to be nearby the forest as the search continued. As of writing this, it's been just over a month since he went missing. So far, all the rescue team has found is one of Aaron's shoes. It was discovered about 15 miles from where he had vanished. Nothing has been recovered from the older couple. I'm still at the motel. I can't find it in me to leave Aaron in those woods. I feel so distraught and angry. I honestly just want an answer as to what happened. None of it makes sense. I can't find any logical explanation as to how or why he vanished. But all I know is that there is something dark in that forest. I know that somehow that tree is connected to all of this. It tears me up inside knowing that Aaron may never come back, and I'll have no rational explanation as to why this happened to him. All I can do now is warn others from experiencing the same fate. If you're out in the woods and you find a tree with red paint, please, for the love of God, turn around and go home. The first thing I remember is the taste of salt water and blood. I awoke to the sensation of one flowing in through my helplessly ajar mouth while the other escaped from the fresh lacerations along my throbbing tongue. As the water entered my chest, I felt my lungs begin to burn, and I quickly forgot all about the bloody ache in my mouth. Powerful, eager waves, fresh from the depths of Poseidon's briny maw, tossed my limp, useless body like an angry child throws around their doll moments before getting placed in timeout. The key difference being that the Lord of the Ocean faces no such punishment for flexing his mighty influence. My arms and legs flailed wildly, as my body tumbled through the water, no longer bound to any whim of my own, but to the suggestion of Poseidon's earth-shaking tantrum. If my body could have properly functioned in all of that chaos, I would have thought he meant to play with me until the end of time. Evidently, though, he grew bored of our game, something I learned in the form of crashing pain as my back slammed against a hard, sandy shore. The blow knocked me unconscious again for another moment, and when I came to, Poseidon, his energy reinvigorated, was already using the mighty tide to pull me back into his domain. In an act of blasphemous defiance, I quickly flipped myself onto my knees, hacking up seawater as I did, and crawled with all my strength up that length of sand. My clothes felt weighed down by iron, and my body, weakened by my recent ordeal, was on the verge of collapse. Harsh, stinging rain lashed across my face as the wind screamed in my ears, telling me to give up. It would all be so much easier if I would just give up. I was certain the raging tide was going to defeat me, but I somehow managed to fight against it long enough to finally escape its grasp. Once free, I crawled another few yards up the beach before I tumbled onto my side in a state of unrivaled exhaustion. I closed my eyes for only a moment, not much longer than a blink, and when I opened them again, the storm had mostly passed. Rain still struck down upon me from the cloudy nighttime sky, but it had largely abated from its early fury, and the raging waves and tide had also grown more placid. The wind no longer howled terrible suggestions into my ear, and the curtain of clouds above broke up just slightly enough to allow some azure moonlight to slip down from the peaceful firmament. I forced myself into a sitting position, a task made almost impossibly difficult due to the weight of my soaked clothes. Though my brief siesta seemed to have given my body back some of its strength, though it had done little for the raging headache that now dominated the space within my skull. Looking around, I found myself in a long stretch of beach, the vast ocean, like onyx glass in the blackness of night, extended before me in one direction. In all others was only shadow and sand. Disoriented, thirsty, and shivering with the cold, I struggled to gather my thoughts while I sat on the frigid stretch of lonely beach. I couldn't remember how I ended up in Poseidon's playground. The only thing I knew was that I couldn't stay there on that beach. Exposed to the rain and the chill, I needed to find shelter as soon as possible. Regaining my bearings would come afterward. With this in mind and suddenly warmed by a fresh determination to escape the elements, I forced my protesting body to its feet. I was immediately hit by a wave of nausea that I was sure would lead to vomiting. My suspicion was quickly proven correct, as I soon found myself doubled over, bile and brine escaping from my open mouth. When my expulsion was over, I stood panting for several long seconds before attempting to spit excess vomit into the sand. My mouth, however, was too dry to conjure any saliva for the wanted action, and so the taste of puke remained. After giving myself a few moments to recover, I took a cautious step forward along the beach. My body screamed with 1,000 years of ache, and my legs felt like melted jelly, but I thankfully didn't seem to be seriously injured. I was lucky, more lucky than I even realized at the time. I only made it a few steps along the beach before I noticed the body. It appeared so suddenly from out of the darkness, seeming to materialize from the very essence of the gloom itself. At first it looked like it may have been an outcropping of rocks, or maybe even a jumble of seaweed, but after a few moments, its true identity became known to me. I scrambled toward the crumpled form with as much haste as I could, clumsily falling to a knee when I reached it. It was lying on the beach with its back to the sky, its face in the cold, wet sand. I reached a pruny hand toward its soggy shoulder, and shook it with what strength I could gather. "Hey," I said. "Hey, wake up." When the figure didn't respond, I decided to flip it onto its back. Upon doing so, I immediately realized two things. The first was that this person, judging by their clothes, was the pilot. The second was that they were dead. I reeled away from the corpse in a sudden tempest of shock and disgust. The body's vacant, watery eyes seemed to follow me as I went. They bulged out of the corpse's bloated head in a way that seemed like they were trying to escape from their home. I was only able to recognize the pilot from their uniform. I never would have been able to identify them based on the state of their corpse, which had already been ravaged by death and the sea in such a relatively short time. The presence of the dead pilot, while disturbing and tragic, at the very least helped me to settle my swimming mind. I remembered that I had been on a last-minute red-eye flight that was on its way over the Atlantic when we suddenly hit a particularly rough patch of turbulence. This apparently was too much to be concerned about, as the pilot, the same one now lying dead in front of me, hadn't seemed worried at all when announcing the possibility of a slightly bumpy flight. That was before the storm appeared. I returned to my feet and looked back in the direction of the ocean's maw, searching for something. The sinking wreckage, some supplies floating in the angry surf, a deployed lifeboat, maybe, but all I could see was more black. It was as if my entire world had been reduced to the inside of an inkwell, in which I was confined for all eternity. Never have I feared the terrible might of the ocean as much as I did in that moment. In the midst of that lashing rain, beneath the alien darkness of the nighttime sky, I suddenly heard a voice calling to me, sounding very far away. I likely wouldn't have even heard it had the storm still been at its worst. I followed the voice with my eyes. Approaching me from farther along the beach was a young woman, who staggered toward me with all the grace and speed that her worn, soaking body could muster. When she finally reached me, she was drained of her energy, and was reduced to heavy panting that prevented her from speaking for some time. "Are you all right?" I asked her, then realized I could provide a more apt question. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head then, finally catching her breath, said, "No, but I need your help. There's a man over here who can't stand. I think he has a broken leg." "Where is he?" "There." She pointed toward the darkness that she had just emerged from, and I immediately understood that I had asked another foolish question. "I can't lift him by myself. Please, I need your help." The woman turned and made her way back in the direction from which she had come. I prepared to follow after, but remembering my original purpose for stopping there, offered one final glance at the body of the pilot. Where was once a corpse, now was only sand. The body of the pilot was gone. The woman yelled for me to hurry, knocking away any shock that I might have felt at discovering the pilot's absence. Brushing aside any hesitance, I followed her into the shadows, both of us struggling to make our way along the beach, until we came across another figure lying on the sand. For a moment I thought back to the dead pilot, but the pit this memory formed in my stomach was immediately dispelled when this new figure began to move. He groaned in his agony as he turned to look at me, his face awash with the anguish of his apparent injury. "Ah, thank God," he said. "Please help me. Get me out of here." "It's going to be all right, sir," I said, not knowing if that was true. "Where are you hurt?" "My legs," he yelled. "All right," I said. "We're going to help you, but we need to get you out of the rain first." "There's a cave nearby," the woman said. I saw it further inland. "We can take him there." "All right," I said. "Then we need to move now. I'll get him. You just lead us to that cave." I positioned myself behind the agonized man and wrapped either arm beneath his armpits and up over his shoulders. After signifying to the woman that I was ready, we began our trek through the darkness, her leading the way while I, walking backwards, dragging our companion through the sand. Soon the terrain became more rough as sand transitioned to less agreeable surfaces, and the sounds of his pain began. He groaned and yelled as I dragged his ruinous body across stones and branches and sharp thorns. Our trek seemed to go on for hours, during which my own heavy, exhausted body begged for me to abandon my charge and leave the man to his fate. I barely remember reaching the cave, which seemed to spring up out of the gloom like a waiting tombstone. Once inside, I placed the injured man against one of the cool earthen walls. The relief of losing my burden overwhelmed me so greatly that I too collapsed on the cave floor, my strength completely lost. I intended to only lie there for a brief moment while I recovered some of my energy, but soon the exhaustion that had overtaken me grew far too powerful, and I once again fell unconscious, my mind as dark as the surrounding cave. I awoke to the sound and heat of a crackling fire. I enjoyed its warmth, though inside I possessed a chill that seemingly no flame could ever chase away. When I opened my eyes, I saw the orange glow of the blaze, which rested just beyond the mouth of the cave. Sitting in front of the fire were two silhouettes. Behind them was nighttime darkness. I could see twinkling white stars beyond the figures' heads, indicating that the storm had finally ceased, but not much else. Sitting up required the immense task of ignoring my screaming head. I looked around, taking in my surroundings, while I waited for my mind to stop dancing. The chamber of the cave I was in, well, appearing to be fairly small, extended beyond where the light of the fire could reach. I didn't know how far it went, or what passage were hidden deep within the shadows, but the distant sound of dripping water told me that there was considerably more to the cavern than what I could see. I forced myself to my feet, rising as high as I was able. The low roof of the cave forced me to crouch to about half my full height, and shuffled my way toward the two figures in front of the fire. As I approached, I noticed the injured man lying near the blaze. He appeared to be unconscious, and in the flickering firelight I could see the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He had been stripped to his underwear, and I caught a glimpse of the pair of horrible bruises that covered either of his legs in huge blotches, looking like tattoos of raging hellfire. One of the silhouettes noticed me and turned in my direction. I recognized the look of the young woman, her face dancing in the shadows produced by the blaze. She offered me a concerned smile. "You're awake," she said. "How are you feeling?" "Everything hurts," I said, "but I'm all right." I looked at the unconscious man. "How is he?" "Broken legs." It was the other figure who talked. He was a burly-looking man with a bushy, thick beard of gray that matched the grizzle in his voice. The stranger kept his gaze on the fire as he spoke. Both of 'em. Seems alright enough, though. Bones didn't break skin, and no bleeding far as I could see. I failed to suppress a frown. Can't we do anything for him? Set his bones or something? You a doctor? The stranger looked at me now. His eyes were as frigid as the fire was warm. Ever set a bone before? No, I said sheepishly, answering both questions at once. Setting bones without knowing what you're doing is dangerous, he said. Could even be deadly. He gestured to the young woman with his chin. You can ask the nurse all about that. I looked at her. You're a nurse? Nursing student, she corrected kindly. Only just finished my first semester. He needs more help than I'm able to provide him. Then we need to get him out of here, I said. You a good swimmer? The stranger asked. I nodded. I'm good enough. He grunted in some strange affirmation. Good enough to swim across the Atlantic with him on your back? Because that's the only way you're getting him off this island. How sure are you that this is even an island? The nursing student asked. Sure enough, he said. Not much else out where we went down, but I suppose we can find out for certain in the morning. I'll look around this place come daylight, try to get an idea of what we're working with here. I looked at the man with the broken legs. Hopefully he even lasts that long. He will, the stranger said. His attention was back on the fire now. Injuries don't seem life-threatening right now. Should be alright so long as we get rescued soon enough. But who knows how long that could take? The nursing student asked. Don't know, he said. We'll just have to wait and see. His words were less than reassuring, but they proved to be the last we would get from him that night. The stranger stared at the blaze in silence for a short while longer, then laid down in the brush and dirt near where he sat and seemingly fell asleep, his breath soon coming in a series of calm, relaxed snores. The nursing student and I stayed up for a while longer. The conversation between us was brief, with long gaps between words. We exchanged names, although I don't think I ever actually registered hers, and a few other details about ourselves. But besides these few short episodes, we mostly allowed the crackling fire and the distant crashing waves to do the talking. Eventually our conversation turned to the stranger. Where did he come from? I asked. My voice dropped to a low whisper. I don't know, she said. The storm came to a stop not long after you passed out, and then he kind of just showed up. Didn't even introduce himself. He helped me build the fire and brought our injured friend closer to it, where we looked over him and assessed his injuries. Strange, I said. Where was he during the storm? He hasn't told me. In fact, he hasn't said anything about himself at all. And that's really had me thinking. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, do you even remember seeing him when we boarded our plane? No, I admitted, but I don't remember seeing you or the injured guy either. I paused. Why? Do you think he wasn't on our plane or something? How could he possibly be here with us then? I don't know, she said again. I just get the sense that he doesn't belong. It's hard to explain, but I just feel a very uncomfortable energy from him. Well, we'll keep an eye on him, I said. He's been helpful enough so far. Could be that he's a little socially awkward is all. Maybe a bit of a loner. Maybe, she said. Maybe I'm overly exhausted and I'm just being paranoid, but something about this whole situation, this whole place, just feels wrong. Wrong how? I asked. You've been out cold for a little while, so maybe you just don't feel it yet, but I do. I just can't shake the feeling like we aren't welcome here. Like there's something watching us from the darkness, waiting for us to let our guard down, and I can't help but feel like he is a part of it. We both glanced in the direction of the sleeping stranger. then back to each other. Maybe I'll go with him when he gets the lay of the land tomorrow, she said. Try to get some information out of him. See if his story checks out. Let me go, I said. Our injured friend will need a medical professional to look after him. I told you, I've barely got 1 semester of nursing school under my belt, she said. I offered her a tired smile. That's still more experience than I have. I guess you're right, she said, returning the smile. Fine, but be careful around him, all right? There's no telling what he'll do when the two of you are alone together. She and I took turns staying on watch that night. My time spent awake, watching the darkness beyond our camp, helped me to understand what she had meant when she said that something was off about our new home. Something definitely felt sinister about the place. Something that, even thinking back on it now, sends a chill racing all over my body. At the time, I figured it was possible the young woman's words had placed this sensation into my mind. But as I sat near the fire on watch, I couldn't help but feel like there was something, or some things, watching us. Watching me, from the heavy darkness. The nearby shore, the surrounding trees, even the depths of the cave where the water dripped into the abyss. Wherever there was an absence of light, there was an abundance of eyes, and they all were turned in the same direction. The stranger and our injured companion didn't stir for the rest of the night, until the coming of dawn when the former seemed to rise like clockwork. At the first trickle of sunlight, I was on watch when he awoke. He sat up with an almost inhuman roboticness that made my skin want to crawl right off of my body. Maybe the nursing student was right, I thought. Maybe something was wrong with the stranger. Or maybe her paranoia had infected me too. It was difficult to tell. The young woman and the injured man awoke shortly after, but the latter was in a state of such pain and agony that he was practically incoherent and drifted between states of consciousness the way parts of our plane surely drifted along the surface of the nearby ocean. The stranger didn't speak for nearly an hour after walking. He sat in his same spot, stoking the fire and resupplying it with fresh kindling, before abruptly standing and saying to nobody in particular, "Going to take a look around, see what I can find." "I'll come with you," I said, perhaps too quickly. He offered me an apathetic look. Would be able to move more quickly on my own. You're also more likely to hurt yourself and not have anybody to come help you, the nursing student said. She knelt next to the semi-conscious injured man and felt his forehead. I could tell by her grimace that he was likely running concerningly warm, despite what his intermittent shivers would have suggested. The stranger thought about this for a moment. "All right, but keep up." I nodded, climbed to my feet with a groan, and offered the nursing student and her patient one final glance before departing into the unknown with the stranger. I had the strangest fear that I would never see either of them again. This fear was later proved to be unfounded, of course. I would still see one of them yet, at the very least. I followed the stranger back to the beach, which looked so much smaller in the morning sunlight. The azure ocean, more inviting than its obsidian counterpart, was still just as imposing in its vastness as its nighttime self. Even in the light of day, it was obvious that the endless body of water could easily swallow us whole if it chose to, and I didn't intend to give it a reason to do so. I still saw no sign of the plane wreckage, and figured it had either long since sank to the bottom of the ocean, or had otherwise drifted beyond the gently crashing waves to a point that I could not see with my naked eye. The stranger drew a deep line in the sand with his boot. "Gonna get an idea of how far around this island is. See if we can make a full loop of it in a decent time." He started walking, not waiting for me, and I hustled to square up next to him. Each step through the heavy sand felt like trudging through a dense pool of water to my aching body, but the stranger hardly seemed to notice the extra effort. After that, we'd best head inland and look for a water source. That's most important of all. His words made me realize just how thirsty I was. The creeping pain of dehydration hurt more than any pangs of hunger that I felt. My head pounded with the absence of water. My pulpy, scabbed tongue screamed for mercy. "How long do you think we'll be here?" "Could be days," he said bluntly. "Could be years." Years? The word felt impossible on my swollen tongue. He nodded without looking at me. "Not every missing flight gets found. I heard about a flight filled with college students that went down over this very stretch of the Atlantic a number of years ago. They eventually had to give up the search, probably much more quickly than you'd like to know." I frowned at the thought, but said nothing. When the stranger realized he wouldn't be getting a response, he went on. "If we're going to be here for a while, then we're going to have to trust each other. That means no scheming behind each other's backs." These words brought me to a sudden halt. He did the same and our eyes finally met. To my surprise, there was no anger in the stranger's gaze. In fact, there didn't appear to be much of anything there at all. "I'm good at looking like I'm asleep, ain't I?" I waited a while to respond, not sure what to say. The words I finally chose felt weak, pathetic. "I'm sorry." He nodded and began walking again. I followed his lead. "For what it's worth, I do remember seeing you on the flight yesterday. Can't say the same for the other two. Doesn't mean they weren't there, but, again, for what it's worth." "Are you saying you think they weren't on that flight?" "What I mean is that we probably have more to worry about than just getting food and water here," he said. "I'll give that girl credit. She was right about this place. Something is wrong here. I didn't sleep a wink last night, despite what you may have thought. I was too busy keeping my ears open, too busy listening to all the strange sounds in the darkness, many of which you may have even missed. I felt that presence, felt its eyes on me. There was something out there, beyond the light of our fire, and it was watching us, make no mistake about it." "An animal?" I asked. He shook his head. We didn't speak much after that. We completed our loop in less than 30 minutes and confirmed that we were, in fact, on an island. Besides a brief few yards where we had to walk along the thicket, the beach remained uninterrupted, allowing for a straightforward journey along our circle. When we reached his line in the sand, the stranger stopped and looked at me. "Well, that settles that. Next, we need to look for something to drink. A stream, some coconuts, anything." "I heard some dripping water coming from somewhere in the cave," I said. "I did too," he said, and I didn't like the sound of it. He didn't elaborate on what he meant. We doubled back and entered a less dense section of the thicket, searching for food, water, anything that could help sustain us. It was dark beneath that heavy crown of trees. The gloom made me think of the obsidian ocean the night before. I was suddenly reminded of the dead pilot, who had once lay sprawled out in the cold, wet sand before vanishing in an instant. I hadn't thought back to that moment since coming to the injured man's aid, but the memory had managed to conjure itself from the great, suffocating darkness and force its way back into my troubled mind. I considered mentioning what I had seen to the stranger, but thought better of it. To verbally recall such a wicked occurrence felt dangerous in a place such as this. The stranger led me past tree trunks and over top tangled roots, deeper and deeper into that arboreal labyrinth, until I could no longer see the beach through all the foliage. I tried not to show my hesitation in following the man, but in truth, I still struggled to trust him. Part of me wondered if he was luring me into that sinister collection of trees and earth, so that he could do to me what he had already done to the pilot's soaked, decaying corpse. I did my best to banish this thought, but it lingered, acting as a barrier between the stranger and me that kept me from straying too close to him. The world around me grew dark as the sun above us vanished. We seemed to walk for hours, though I knew this couldn't have been possible. The island wasn't large enough for us to penetrate its inland for longer than a quarter of an hour at most. If we kept on how we were, we'd eventually make it to the opposite beach from where we had started. I knew this to be true. It simply had to be. Except it wasn't. We kept going and going for countless minutes, hours, days, never finding the other end of the thicket. Darkness further enveloped us, obscuring our vision and thus our ability to perform our task. Our entire reason for entering the forest in the first place. I could barely see the stranger in front of me, his form becoming more and more obscured by shadow with each step forward. I told him we needed to turn back, to find our way out of the forest. He remained deaf to my words. A sudden snapping of a twig stole my attention. I turned in its direction for the briefest of moments, imagining that my gaze reached its destination. It would be greeted by some dark, sinister form lurking in the shadows. When I saw nothing but more tree trunks and blackness, I cautiously returned my attention to the man leading me through the thicket. In that brief moment, the stranger had managed to disappear. "Sir?" I called, realizing I had never learned his name. My own voice sounded far away, muffled, as if the gloom itself were choking me. "Sir, where are you?" Swirling darkness, sounds of shuffling in the brush, the growing, thickening sense that stepping into this wood was a mistake. The thought that at any moment the thing stalking me, the presence that had been watching me since the previous night, was preparing to strike. I imagined the deep, Stygian tide squirming up from the ocean and pulling the pilot into the frigid depths. And I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that those same watery tendrils were coming toward me now, winding through the trees on their way to me, ready to drag me kicking and screaming and swallowing brine back to the waiting abyss. I grew dizzy. My vision became darker, merging with the gloom. Something was coming. Something was here. I felt a firm hand on my shoulder. Snapping out of my own panicked bubble, I turned and saw the stranger, his stern eyes looking at me through the gloom. He had somehow gotten behind me, or I had somehow gotten ahead of him. "This is useless," he said. "We can't see a thing in this place. Come on, let's get out of here." It took us barely a minute to find our way back to the section of beach that we had just stepped away from. Coming out into the sunshine, catching my breath and taking in that crisp ocean air, I thought that the worst of my ordeal was over. What I didn't realize, what I couldn't possibly have realized, was that it was only just beginning. I wanted to ask the stranger if he'd experienced the same overwhelming sensation that I had while in the forest, but I was afraid of his answer. As it turned out, I wouldn't have to be the one to broach the subject. We'd only walked a handful of steps before the stranger stopped us in our tracks and looked at me. I felt it too. I frowned at him. "Felt what?" "That presence," he said. "There, among the trees. It was the same presence that watched us all through the night. There's evil on this island with us. This much I believe without a shadow of a doubt." "What do you think it is?" "I haven't a clue," he said, "and I'm not sure I want to know." The camp was deserted, the fire in shambles. A few long, smoldering branches scattered about the place were all that remained of the blaze, save for the pitiful smoke which billowed up from the gray ashes in the center of the old pit. The nursing student was gone, and, even more strangely, so was the injured man. I called out for our lost companions, but received no response. "What happened here?" I said. "Where could they have gone?" The stranger, who stood closer to the mouth of the cave, looked deep into the darkness of the cavern. I stepped closer and followed his gaze. Though the black curtain beyond the mouth was impenetrable by human eyes, my ears caught the sound of a distant, familiar voice, one screaming in agony over his broken legs. "How'd he get in there?" I asked. "How else does a man with 2 broken legs get anywhere?" he said. "He certainly didn't move there himself." "You mean it took him there?" I said. He nodded, "And I think it'll take us too, if we let it." I looked into the darkness of the cave, then back to my companion. "We have to go help him." "Nothing we can do for him now," the stranger said. "That thing wants you to go after him, so it can get you alone too." Then you'll end up just like him. I listened to the injured man's cries of agony continuing to echo from somewhere deep within the cave. But we can't just leave him in there. We can, the stranger said. Hell, I doubt if that's even his real voice. He picked up one of the smoldering branches. That poor fella is likely already gone by now. What are you going to do with that? Only thing I can do now, he said. Gonna burn this whole place to the ground and pray that the fire is enough to purge the evil that rots here, or at the very least, keeps it contained to that cave. I looked at him, then once again turned my eyes back to the wailing cave. After another moment, I picked up one of the smoldering branches and turned toward the cavern's waiting lips. I have to go after him. You'll die, the stranger said plainly. Die or worse. But I won't stop you. These were the last words I ever heard from him. Without looking back, I blew on my smoldering branch in order to reignite some of its flame, ducked into the shallow mouth of the cave, and allowed the darkness to take me. My makeshift torch did little to light the way ahead, and so I was forced to use the injured man's agonized cries to guide me through the squirming, smothering darkness. I thought about the presence. How long had it been on this island? Centuries? Eternities? Some time immemorial, just waiting for poor castaways like us to arrive on its demonic shores. I couldn't ever know, nor was I sure I even wanted to. I understood that the stranger was right about this most likely being a trap. I was almost certainly shuffling toward my own death, but I couldn't bring myself to turn back around. I had to know for sure whether the injured man was down there. If I abandoned him without knowing the truth, it would have haunted me for the rest of my life, as long or as short as that was meant to be. The injured man's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Sometimes it seemed suddenly to grow louder, then just as quickly fade away. Soon it disappeared entirely, replaced by the sound of dripping water, which was itself replaced by the sound of a small, flowing stream. By now I was certain that the injured man wasn't actually down there, but I couldn't turn back. The presence was guiding me forward. The only reason it allowed me to continue on was because I was choosing to bend to its whim. To defy it would surely only bring about my premature doom. I saw the stream of water, which looked to flow out from a nearby wall, only to quickly disappear beyond my torch's glow, back into the waiting gloom. A silhouette crouched there, greedily drinking from the stream. As I drew within arm's length of the running water, I realized the silhouette had become, or it always was, my own shadow. Doing what I so desperately wished I could do. I suddenly forgot all about the injured man, and his agonized cries. I forgot about wanting to leave that cave, about wanting to go home. All I could focus on was the insatiable desire to quench my thirst. The cool, rushing water beckoned my parched lips, sang to my crumbling tongue like a siren. I leaned closer, answering its sweet call, until I could feel its racing chill right in front of my face. All I had to do was lean just a little bit farther. But then I stopped. Something inside of me, something small but mighty, told me that I couldn't drink that water. It told me that I needed to get as far away from that stream as I possibly could. Heeding this inner voice, I sat up, pulling my face away from the stream with great, almost insurmountable difficulty, only to have it shoved back down, directly into the rushing deluge. The torch fell from my grip as my face slammed into the earthen surface beneath the waiting water. I heard the nursing student's whispering voice in my ear, telling me to open my mouth, to suckle from the vitality of the stream. I fought to keep my dry, crackled lips shut against the antagonizing flow for as long as I could, but soon the voice's suggestion, or maybe even my own, forced those same lips open and allowed the water to enter me freely. Its cool, soothing touch ran over my teeth and embraced my aching tongue. I sat there, my face pressed against the stream for close to 30 seconds, sure that my fate was to drown there in the dark, my body no longer my own. But then I felt the pressure against my skull lessen, and I managed to pull away. I sat there, soaking wet and gasping, for only a few short moments before I snatched up my torch, still barely alive with its red glow, and rushed away from the stream, back in the direction that I thought I had come from. I heard the woman's voice telling me to wait, but I ignored her. I just kept going, kept fighting my way through the dark, slicing through the shadows with my torch like a scythe through wheat. It was already dusk when I finally emerged from the cave. Hours somehow had passed while I was deep within the bowels of the island. I stood up and rushed past the remnants of the fire, calling for the stranger, asking him where he was. It wasn't until I found his own branch lying in the brush, no longer smoldering but dead and cold, that I understood his fate. And yet still I called for him. "Sir," I said, "where are you?" "Gone." I turned around at the sound of the nursing student's voice. She was in the mouth of the cave, her body having found a way to stand fully upright, despite the aperture only providing enough space for her to crouch. When she saw that I saw her, she smiled kindly at me, or perhaps he was never there to begin with. I stared at her for several long seconds. I had so many burning questions that I wanted to ask her, but no voice with which to ask them, and so I remembered some of the stranger's final words, and did the only thing I thought I could. I threw my torch into the nearby brush, and I watched the fresh blaze grow. I looked back at the nursing student. I expected her to recoil back into the cave, cursing in some ancient, furious language as the inferno began to consume the surrounding foliage. Instead, she just looked at me and continued to smile. It wasn't a sinister smile. Her lips didn't curl away from impossibly long, sharp fangs or twist into a devastating smirk. It was the subtle, close-lipped smile that you offer a stranger who you lock eyes with, while you both wait for your drink at a coffee shop. At the time, I didn't understand what she had to smile about, but I do now. She was smiling because she had won. The island was swallowed by the flame. Its bright blaze attracted the attention of a nearby fishing barge, which made its way to the unintended beacon, thus coming to my rescue. I stood on the ship watching the island disappear behind us, its all-consuming inferno visible for hours, before finally falling out of sight. The authorities found no sign of anybody else surviving that plane crash. As far as they understood it, I was the only person to make it to that island alive. An act of God, they said. I might have called it something else. With great difficulty I returned to my normal life, and in the coming weeks, I thought that everything had gone back to how it was supposed to be. I thought I was free from whatever it was that tormented me on that island. I thought it was gone forever, but I was wrong. I started feeling that presence, that evil, rising up inside of me just a few days ago. It whispers in my ear while I try to sleep, torments me in my dreams. I had thought I'd escaped its terrible grasp, but I realize now that it had purposely let me go. It had let me go because it knew I was taking it with me. I can't help but think it would have been better if I had just died in that plane crash, had I simply perished like all the others. The presence would still be trapped on that island. It haunts me even now, as I struggle to write these final words. I feel it slithering down my throat and coiling in my stomach like some otherworldly parasite, or like a cold, flowing stream of water. Thanks to me, the presence from the island has escaped from its eternal prison. It's inside of me now, and I don't think it intends to stay there for long. My name is Thomas. I'm 34. I live in a one-bedroom flat on the edge of the city, and I've spent the last 9 years processing claims at Sentinel Insurance. Cubicle 14B, 4th floor. The beige carpet still smells faintly of burnt coffee, no matter how many times they clean it. The job is exactly as exciting as it sounds. I scan forms, check boxes, forward to compliance. I wear the same gray trousers every Monday. I eat the same limp ham sandwich at 12:13, even though the bread gets stuck to the roof of my mouth. The clock above the break room sink runs 3 minutes fast, and we've all silently agreed never to mention it. Nothing ever changed. That was the comfort. Until last Tuesday. I arrived at 8:47 like always, nodded at Petra from accounting. She never nods back, and dropped into my chair. My monitor was already on. Someone must have logged me in already. On the screen was a new email, new subject, sender, compliance.sentinel. Effective immediately. All employees will now report their dreams to the 7th floor. Failure to comply will result in retroactive non-existence. Thank you for your continued cooperation. I laughed once, a short, ugly bark that made the guy in 14C glance over. I deleted it, checked trash, sent items, server log, gone. Fine. Corporate spam gets weirder every quarter. At 9:15, the printer in the corner started spitting paper. Not forms, blank sheets. Hundreds. Maybe 1,000. Each one had a single line typed in the exact font we use for policies. You already dreamed this. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I dropped half the stack and had to crawl under the desk, smelling that old carpet mixed with something sour, like the inside of my gym bag after I stopped going. I fed them into the shredder. It made a wet chewing sound, then died from a soft pop. When I sat back down, the email was back. Subject now, Thomas L. Dream report due. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? The building is gaslighting me? Petra was staring at her screen with her usual dead expression, but her hands weren't moving, just resting there, like she'd forgotten fingers had a purpose. By lunch, the absurdity had settled in my chest like a second, heavier heartbeat. I took the elevator to the 7th floor. The button hadn't existed yesterday. Now it glowed a soft, embarrassed red, like it knew it shouldn't be there. The doors opened onto a hallway that looked exactly like mine, except the carpet was soaked. Not damp, but wet. My shoes made this pathetic squelching sound with every step. I stood there for a weirdly long time. It reminded me of stepping in dog crap on the way to my dad's funeral, and then sitting through the whole service smelling like it while everyone hugged me. At the far end was one door. Golden plaque. Dream compliance. I knocked. No answer. I tried the handle. It turned, and I stepped into my own cubicle. Same coffee stain, same photo of my ex-wife I keep forgetting to throw away. Only I was already sitting there. The other me looked up, smiling the way I smile when I'm pretending everything is fine, and said, "You're late with your report." I bolted, heart hammering, breathing loud in my own ears, shoes squelching all the way back to the elevator. The hallway walls started to look soft, like they might cave in. Then suddenly I was back on 4, standing in front of the printer. It was printing my childhood bedroom, one sheet at a time. Blue wallpaper with sailboats, the crack in the ceiling, the stupid nightlight I was ashamed to still need at 9. I just stood there watching the pages come out. For a long time. Didn't move, didn't speak, just let the warm paper pile up against my shoes. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on my balcony smoking the last 3 cigarettes I swore I'd quit, crying a little but mostly just staring while the city lights blinked in perfect unison, like they were all breathing together. I kept thinking about how my ex said I lived like a ghost who was scared of his own apartment. She was probably right. Wednesday, everything got worse. Every meeting now had an extra chair. No one sat in it, but the chair was always warm. During the 10 a.m. sync, my boss, Mr. Heller, announced that quarterly targets were adjusted upward by 300%. He said it while staring at the empty chair like it was taking notes. Then, without turning his head, he asked me, "Have you filed your non-existence paperwork yet, Thomas?" I laughed. He didn't. At 14:30, the lights dimmed until the whole office looked bruised. The air tasted metallic. I walked to the window and pressed my forehead against the glass for what felt like forever, just breathing fog onto it and wiping it away again and again. Down below, the trams glided in total silence. No tracks, no effort. That's when I felt it. Not a presence exactly, more like the negative space where a presence should be. The office itself had noticed I was still here. Every time I tried to name it, entity, hallucination, breakdown, the thought got gently crossed out and replaced with the next item on my to-do list, like it was erasing my own thoughts. I went back to my desk and typed this dream report with shaking fingers, full of typos I didn't bother fixing. I dreamed the universe was a filing cabinet. One drawer was stuck. Inside it was me, still trying to close it, while my ex yelled at me, and the whole thing smelled like burnt coffee and dog crap. I hit send. The reply came instantly. Approved. Please report to the 7th floor for processing. Now the entire floor was empty. Not abandoned, but erased. Cubicles still there, but all the personal touches gone. No photos, no plants, no half-eaten protein bars. Just perfect, humming nothing. I took the elevator again. This time the button for floor 7 was the only one that worked. The door opened into my childhood bedroom, wallpaper and all. The crack in the ceiling had become a river of stars. The night light was a black sun that somehow still glowed. The other me was waiting on the bed, legs crossed, holding a single sheet of paper. "You're the last one," he said. His voice was mine, but older. The rest filed their non-existence weeks ago. They're happier now. No more sandwiches, no more clocks. I sat down beside him. The mattress didn't sink. "What happens if I don't file?" I asked. He shrugged like it was normal. "Then you keep rolling. Forever. Conscious, aware. The only employee who still shows up." I looked at the paper in my hands. It was blank except for my signature. Already there. Already dry. Outside the window, somehow both my childhood window and the 4th floor office window at once, the city kept breathing. Lights in perfect sync. Trams without tracks. I took the paper, folded it once, and put it in my pocket next to the cigarettes I no longer needed, and I walked out. The elevator is still going down. I can hear it humming. I haven't decided yet whether I'll get off on 4, or keep riding until the doors open onto whatever comes after non-existence. Either way, the report is filed. See you at the 10 a.m. sync.